Tonight's story takes us deep into one of America's national parks, a place where the wilderness stretches for miles, and where a single distress signal can be the only proof someone ever existed out there. And when the ranger reaches the source of the SOS, the real nightmare begins. My name is Caden Rourke, and I am a search and rescue specialist assigned to the Northern District of Clearwater National Park. In the span of my 8-year career, I've responded to missing hikers, avalanche victims, lost children, heat stroke collapses, and more false alarms than I can count, but nothing has unsettled me as deeply as what happened today. The incident report I will file will be factual and restrained. What I write here is the full account, word for word as I lived it, totaling approximately 2,700 words. And I need you to understand that every detail is accurate. Because if I don't put this down while it's still fresh, I'm afraid I'll start convincing myself it never happened. The call came in at 10:14 a.m. A hiker named Damon Hirsch, age 31, had been reported overdue by his partner. He'd set out early that morning on a solo trail run along Pinecrest Loop, planning to be back by 9. The weather was stable, a mild inversion layer forming a light fog across higher elevations, nothing dangerous, but when he didn't return, she drove straight to the ranger station in tears. His phone's location had last pinged near Switchback Ridge, a narrow elevation line where fog tends to pool before burning off. I geared up and left within 10 minutes, knowing the early window is everything. The fog only thickened as I climbed the service road. The pines stood like drowned silhouettes. Visibility dropped to maybe 20 feet. Radio reception was clean, though, so I wasn't worried. I parked at the upper trailhead and followed Damon's planned route, noting fresh running shoe prints in the damp soil. His prints were deep, meaning he'd been moving fast, too fast for the incline. That alone told me something was off. About a mile in, I heard the first sound, a short, sharp electronic chirp. My blood went cold because I recognized it instantly. The emergency alert from a handheld SOS transmitter. I scanned the fog, expecting to see Damon's silhouette or at least a blinking strobe. Another chirp. Closer. I raised my voice, called his name, listened. Nothing answered. I moved carefully, flashlight angled low. The fog swirled in slow motion, like stirred milk, revealing nothing. Then I saw movement. A shadow stepped forward, slow, unsteady, like someone emerging from underwater. A man took shape in the whiteness. Mid-30s, slim runner's frame, soaked with sweat. His breathing was shallow, his head slightly lowered. And in his right hand, he held an SOS transmitter. Damon? I asked, keeping my voice calm. He didn't answer. But he walked toward me. As he got closer, I noticed details, mud up to his shins, scrapes on his arms, pupils too dilated for daylight. He stopped just 3 feet away. The fog curled around us like we stood in a broken cloud. He extended the transmitter to me. I took it, automatically checking the casing. Still warm. Recently activated. That didn't make sense. His partner said he left at sunrise, meaning the device should have been cold. But when I looked up to ask him what happened, he was gone. Not walked away. Not bolted. Just gone. The fog didn't shift, no branches snapped, no footsteps retreated down the trail. He had been standing in front of me 1 second and not there the next. I froze. Adrenaline shot down my legs so fast I nearly stepped back. I called his name again, louder. I swept my flashlight in circles. I even checked behind a tree stump like an idiot, as if he had ducked behind it like a child playing hide-and-seek. Nothing. I radioed in immediately, voice tighter than I wanted. I made contact with the subject. Visual only. Lost him in fog. Continuing search. Dispatch asked me to repeat myself. I didn't. I moved forward, following the direction he'd appeared from. The transmitter in my hand chirped again. But this time, it wasn't a distress signal. It was a recorded audio burst, a 4-second clip that automatically triggers when the user manually presses the panic button. I listened. It was Damon's voice, strained, gasping. I'm not alone here. Please, please, someone. The clip cut out. I felt the hairs on my neck lift like static grabbed them. I pushed deeper into the fog. My boots sank into soft soil, then firmer switchback gravel. Parts of the trail blurred until I had to rely on muscle memory. I kept thinking about the look on Damon's face. Not fear. Not panic. Something else. Like he was confused to see me. Or like he didn't quite recognize what he was doing. 20 minutes later, I reached the ridge overlook. The fog sat heavy, almost alive in the air. I knelt to examine the dirt for tracks. His prints appeared again, faint but clear, heading directly toward the overlook's edge. Except that overlook ends in a 50-foot drop. I scanned the ledge, heart pounding. Crumbled soil. A heel print smudged along the rim. Signs of a fall. I radioed it again. Possible cliff fall. I'm checking the slope. I secured my rope, anchored to a cedar root, and began a careful descent. The fog thickened toward the bottom, a pale wall swallowing the lower slope. I kept one hand on the rope, one on the flashlight. About halfway down, I saw it. A running shoe. Jammed between two rocks. Fresh. But no body. No blood. No drag marks. Just a shoe, and beside it, another set of prints. Bare footprints. Human. Adult. No shoe tread. Leading down the slope. I swallowed hard. Every instinct told me to call for backup, but something primal beneath all my training whispered not to wait. I descended. The bare prints continued, weaving between ferns, then vanishing into a low crawl space formed by fallen logs. I crouched, angled my light inside. Something was breathing in there. Not fast. Not panicked. Slow. Heavy. As if conserving energy. The air tasted like damp earth and stale sweat. A faint metallic smell clung to the back of my throat. Damon? I called in. The breathing stopped. Then something shifted, slow, deliberate, like a knee tightening against the soil. I steadied my voice. I'm here to help you. Tell me if you're hurt. Silence pressed against me. I reached in with the flashlight. The beam lit only wood, earth, moss. Nothing moved. Then I noticed a handprint on the inside of the log, a full palm pressed into damp bark. Still wet. Recently placed. I exhaled, leaning closer. Then someone spoke right behind me. Don't go in there. The voice was Damon's. I spun so fast I slipped on the slope, catching myself on a root. The fog behind me shifted like disturbed fabric, but again, no one was there. No footsteps. No silhouette. No retreating movement. Just fog. Cold, motionless, swallowing the sound. And that's when I realized the transmitter in my hand had gone cold. I held the transmitter as if gripping it tighter would force an explanation out of it. It had lost warmth unnaturally fast, like it had never been warm to begin with. I tapped the casing, no light, no chirp, dead battery. That made no sense. It had been broadcasting when Damon handed it to me. Devices don't drain like that in seconds. I backed away from the crawl space, tugging my rope to steady myself. I listened for the breathing again, but nothing moved inside the logs anymore. The forest went so quiet that my heartbeat actually sounded too loud. I needed to re-establish a visual on the ridge. The fog at ground level was thicker than soup, but the slope above me still led to clearer air. Getting out of the low basin suddenly felt urgent, not strategic. I climbed. My boots scraped against loose gravel, breath steady, rope sliding through my gloves. Fog curled around my legs as I rose, obscuring more than revealing. Halfway up, my radio crackled. Unit 4, confirm your status. I froze. The voice wasn't dispatch. It was Damon's. Not panicked. Not strained. Calm. Almost conversational. Like someone calling from another room. My throat locked. Who is this? I managed. The radio hissed, worked, then the same voice repeated, word for word, Unit 4, confirm your status. Not just a mimic. An exact repeat. Like a recorded playback. I checked the screen. The frequency hadn't changed, it was still linked to dispatch. That shouldn't be possible. Dispatch, do you copy? I said sharply. Silence. I climbed faster. My gloves burned. My breath fogged the air. I reached the ridge and pulled myself onto solid ground just as the fog thinned enough that I could make out the nearest trees again. For a moment, I considered hiking back to the truck and calling for a full search team. But there was one brutal truth I couldn't ignore. If Damon was injured, alive, but disoriented, every minute mattered. I moved forward. The trail split into a narrow switchback that descended towards Cedar Wash Creek. I checked the soil for fresh prints. That's when I saw something that made my skin crawl. Another set of running shoe prints. Not old ones. New ones. They followed the trail downhill, pressed deep, sharp-edged, made within minutes. But Damon wasn't wearing shoes when I found the one jammed between the rocks. And the prints leading into the crawl space were bare. So who was wearing his shoes now? I followed them. The trail steepened. My steps quickened. The prints turned erratic, like whoever wore the shoes was sprinting, stumbling, then catching themselves. The fog thinned around the creek, drifting upward like reverse smoke. The sound of water grew louder. Then I heard another sound layered beneath it. Footsteps. Running. Fast. Coming straight toward me. I stepped aside instinctively, hand on my knife. Through the thinning fog, a figure barreled down the trail, tall, frantic, arms pumping. I shouted, "Stop! Ranger service." The figure didn't slow. He broke through the fog, close enough for me to see his face. It wasn't Damon. It was a man I'd never seen. Wild-eyed. Mud-smeared. Breathing like he'd run for miles. And he was wearing Damon's missing shoe, only one on his right foot. The left was bare and torn bloody from rocks. He saw me, skidded to a halt, bent double, hands on his knees. "Help, help," he gasped. "Who are you?" I demanded. He tried to answer but only wheezed. He pointed behind him with shaking hands. I looked. Nothing but fog. What happened? Where's Damon Hirsch? His head jerked up. His pupils were blown wide. "I didn't take it," he said. He forced it on me. Told me to run. "Who did?" He grabbed my jacket with muddy fingers. "The man on the ridge. I'm the only one on the ridge." "No," he whispered, voice thinning. "No, you're not." His grip weakened. He looked over my shoulder again, a look so sharp and primal that I whipped around ready to fight. Fog. Just fog. When I turned back to him, he was staggering away, barefoot, bleeding across the rocks. I tried to stop him, but he tore free, bolting down the trail toward the creek. I shouted after him. He vanished into the fog almost instantly. I didn't pursue. I couldn't leave without confirming whether Damon was alive. Instead, I climbed toward the ridge again, and that's when the radio on my chest clicked sharply, like someone pressed the transmit button. A voice whispered through. Not Damon. My own. Don't go back up there. I felt every vein in my body turn to ice. The voice repeated, identical in tone, cadence, breath, don't go back up there. Then the radio switched off by itself. I reached for it, fingers shaking, but before I could respond, the fog behind me shifted like something massive had moved unseen. And something touched my shoulder. I spun so fast my boot slipped, and I fell backward onto the trail, gravel scraping my palms. Nothing stood behind me. No one. The fog drifted lazily, undisturbed except for the shape my own movement carved into it. But the pressure on my shoulder had been real, firm, deliberate, unmistakably human. I scrambled to my feet, scanning the tree-line, the boulders, the trail behind me. My breath came tight and shallow. I forced myself to slow it. Panic burns oxygen faster than sprinting uphill. I flicked the radio back on. Dead. Not static. Not low battery. Just dead. I pushed on. The ridge loomed above me like a ghost of its own. Every part of me wanted to turn back, but logic training won out. Damon could still be alive. The barefoot man might have been hallucinating from hypothermia or dehydration. The voice on my radio could have been interference, atmospheric bounce, a weird repeat of my earlier call. I repeated these rational explanations out loud, one by one, as I climbed. Anything to keep my thoughts linear. At the ridge's crest, the fog thinned again, giving me a clear 30-foot window. My tracks were visible in the dirt from earlier. But something had changed. There were new footprints alongside mine. Matching stride. Matching direction. As if someone had been following me the entire time, placing steps exactly where I wouldn't see them until I doubled back. I crouched, inspecting the tread. Same size as my boots. Same pattern. But the depth was different. My prints were compressed at the heel from climbing. The new prints were compressed at the toes, someone descending. Someone had walked toward me from above, silently, perfectly synced to my path. I stood slowly. A faint shape stood 20 feet ahead, barely visible through the fog. A man. Shoulders hunched. Head down. Damon? My voice cracked. The shape didn't move. I took one step forward. He took one step back. But his movement wasn't reactive, it was mirrored. Delayed, mechanical, like something watching me and matching only after a beat, as if deciding when to echo. I swallowed. If you need help, tell me. The figure lifted its head slightly, just enough for me to see its face through the thinning fog. It wasn't Damon. It wasn't the barefoot man. It was me. Same jawline. Same hair. Same uniform. Same rope harness. Same everything except the expression. Its face was slack, eyes too wide, nostrils flaring with slow, rhythmic breaths. I staggered back instinctively. The thing stepped forward. I reached for my knife. My hand trembled so violently I nearly dropped it. The figure tilted its head, a perfect mirror of the motion I made unintentionally, like a delayed reflection. Then it spoke. Not in my voice. In Damon's. Don't follow. My knife clattered to the dirt. The figure blinked once, too slowly, then stepped backward and dissolved into the fog as if it had stepped behind a curtain. I rushed forward, heart slamming, but the space was empty. No footprints. No broken fog. Nothing. My stomach turned so sharply I nearly vomited. I grabbed the knife, wiped my hand on my pants, and forced myself to breathe. I needed to get off this ridge. Now. I turned to retrace my steps and froze. Someone was standing at the bottom of the slope. Barefoot. Blood on his leg. One shoe. The same man from before. But he wasn't running now. He stood absolutely still, arms limp, staring up at me. I called out, "Are you injured?" He didn't respond. The fog shifted behind him, not wind, not natural. It pushed outward, like something large passed through it. Then the man raised his hand. Not to wave. To point. At me. His voice came out hoarse, cracking like his throat had torn, "You're in its path." I started down the slope. What's in my path? What happened? He shook his head violently, like something inside him fought to get out. Then he choked on a breath and collapsed to his knees. I reached him in seconds, grabbing his shoulders. His skin was ice cold, but his forehead burned like fever. His eyes darted in panic. "It wasn't him," he whispered. "It wore him. It wore me. It." He screamed suddenly, collapsing forward onto the dirt. A scream so raw it didn't sound human. I rolled him onto his side. His breathing was frantic. His chest heaved uncontrollably. I tried to get his pulse. He grabbed my wrist. Hard. "Don't let it hurt you," he hissed. His grip loosened. His body went still. I checked again, pulse shallow but present, breathing ragged. He was alive but fading fast. I radioed for immediate medical evac, forgetting the radio was dead until I heard nothing in return except my own breath. The forest went silent again. Then a new sound drifted from behind me. Footsteps. Slow. Heavy. Deliberate. Coming down the ridge. I turned with all the steadiness I had left. Something stood at the top. Not a person. A shape wearing my uniform. A shape the fog refused to swallow. It didn't walk down. It floated. Just an inch above the ground, perfectly still except for its hands flexing, testing, like someone trying on gloves for the first time. It didn't have a face anymore. It was smooth, unfinished, like clay waiting to be pressed into a mold. And the mold it was walking toward was me. I lifted the unconscious man onto my shoulder, pain screaming through my muscles, and I ran. Not down the trail, through the brush, branches tearing at my gear, my breath ripping out of my lungs. Behind me, I heard footsteps matching mine. Perfectly. Exactly. Not chasing. Learning. The fog thinned as I neared the creek. Sunlight hit my face like a slap. I burst into open air, splashing into shallow water, shouting for help even though no one was near enough to hear. When I looked back, the ridge was empty. The figure was gone. The footprints behind me, the ones that weren't mine, stopped abruptly at the edge of the fog, like whatever followed me couldn't cross into open light. I radioed again. This time, dispatch answered. We airlifted the unconscious man. We never found Damon. And as I write this now, I keep the transmitter on my desk. It's warm again. Warming more every minute. Like someone is holding it tight. walking toward me through fog I can't yet see. My name is Ranger Lydia Quinn, and at the time of this incident I had been serving with the backcountry unit of Olympic National Park for 9 years. I was trained to conduct search operations under severe conditions, navigate unmarked terrain, and respond to emergencies involving lost or injured visitors. I had also been instructed, in writing and verbally, never to revisit a closed missing person case from my first year on the job. That morning, as I crouched beside an abandoned hiker's pack deep in the Bogachil drainage, I realized the emergency beacon clipped to the shoulder strap was flashing a pattern I had not seen since that prohibited file crossed my desk. The beacon pulsed in a rigid, unnatural rhythm, 3 short bursts, 1 long pause, 3 short bursts again. It wasn't random. Nothing about distress signals is random. But this pattern wasn't in any manual or protocol used in the National Park Service. I knew exactly what it meant anyway, because the last time I saw it was on the personal locator beacon recovered from a missing veterinary student named Eli Mercer. His disappearance had been the first backcountry fatality I'd ever been assigned. His cause of death had been officially recorded as hypothermia. Unofficially, a senior ranger had warned me that the inconsistencies in the report were not productive to pursue. The file was locked, and I was ordered not to bring it up again. And here it was, his pattern. 3 short, 1 long, repeating. The forest around me was wet in that constant Olympic way. Moss dripped off every branch. It was barely 10 a.m., but the light looked like late evening. Fog pulled low over the understory, rolling between the Sitka spruce trunks like slow exhalations. Nothing stirred. No wind, no bird calls, no crunch of distant hikers. Just the beacon's flash carving brief scars of LED light across the damp leaves. I scanned the pack. No tears, no signs of struggle. The hiker, male, early 30s, registered under the name Dorian Hale, was reportedly solo. He had checked in at the ranger station to do a 2-day loop that should have placed him miles from here. The fact that his gear was in the wrong drainage, broadcasting an unauthorized code, was already a red flag. A second red flag was the deliberate way his equipment was arranged. Everything looked placed, not dropped. Food bags sealed. Water filter coiled. Tent strapped tight. It didn't look like someone panicked, ran, or collapsed. It looked like someone took the time to set down their belongings neatly before stepping away. I keyed my radio. "Base, this is Quinn. I have located the subject's pack. No sign of the hiker. Beacon active but anomalous. Requesting additional units be put on standby." Base responded after a slight delay. "Copy, Quinn. Standby support available. Any immediate hazards?" "Negative," I lied. The beacon's flash was crawling under my skin. I clicked it off and pocketed it. Turning back to the forest, I let my eyes adjust to the dimness, watching the way the fog shifted around the tree line. Years of tracking had taught me to spot disruptions, broken fern fronds, skid marks, compacted soil. But the ground around the pack was nearly pristine. Whatever had happened, it left no sign of exit. I began a slow, methodical grid search, marking trees with orange tape as I pushed forward. The vegetation was thick, sword ferns waist-high, devil's club catching on my sleeves, the ground softened by decades of fallen needles. After 15 minutes of combing the area, I found the first thing that made my stomach knot. Footprints. A single set. Barefoot. The prints were fresh, edges crisp, not softened by moisture. But what caught me was the spacing. Each step was set with the precision of someone moving with extreme care. Heel, ball, toe. Perfect alignment. The stride length consistent. This was not the pattern of someone running, fleeing, or disoriented. This was controlled, intentional walking. And the direction of travel made no sense at all. The footprints led straight toward a slope so steep it bordered on a vertical climb, covered in slick moss and loose shale. No hiker, barefoot or otherwise, would choose that route unless forced. As I approached the slope, I noticed something else. A faint sound. Not an animal. Not water. Something metallic. A single, hollow clink. I stilled. The sound came again, slightly higher on the slope. Something tapping metal against stone. A signal? Or a warning? I called out. "Dorian. This is Ranger Quinn with Backcountry Search and Rescue. If you can hear me, respond." Nothing. I took a slow step forward. The clink repeated. Regular. Same interval each time. Like someone tapping a carabiner against rock. Which was impossible. The hiker's gear was all in the pack. I switched to my secondary radio channel, the one reserved for inter-unit communication, and requested an urgent terrain map overlay. The slope ahead wasn't listed as part of any trail. The topography line showed a ridge terminating in a dead end. But the footprints were climbing it. And they continued straight towards something I recognized far too late, the approximate location where Eli Mercer's beacon had last pinged before his body was found. The case I was ordered never to reopen. My pulse began hammering against my ribs as I started up the slope anyway, following those bare, deliberate footprints into a part of Olympic that most hikers didn't know existed, and most rangers had been quietly discouraged from patrolling. And behind me, in the fog, I swore I heard that metallic tapping grow louder. I climbed slowly, using roots and protruding rocks to stabilize myself. The moss under my boots was slick enough to send anyone unprepared skidding 20 feet backward. The barefoot prints shouldn't have had enough traction. They shouldn't have been able to ascend at all. But there they were, each one placed with uncanny confidence. Halfway up the slope, the tapping stopped. The stop was so abrupt it made me freeze with my hand clenched around a cedar root. Nothing in the forest is that binary. Natural sounds always fade or shift, wind slows, animals settle. This was a dead cutoff, like someone lifted an object and held perfectly still. I waited, listening to the fog pressing in from below. My breath fogged out in front of me. The air was cold, wet, metallic. The kind of cold that clings rather than cuts. Then, farther up the slope, a new sound emerged, and it was worse. Breathing. Slow. Controlled. Human. It echoed faintly off the stone, the rhythm steady, as if whoever was up there wasn't winded at all despite the incline. "Dorian?" I forced the word out. "If that's you, I'm coming up. You're safe. Stay where you are." The breathing didn't break. Didn't hitch. Didn't respond. I continued the ascent. The forest thickened overhead, branches forming a twisted canopy that blocked what little light filtered through the clouds. Each step took effort, each foot placement had to be deliberate. My muscles burned with the climb, but the breathing above me remained constant. When I reached the top, the terrain leveled out into a narrow ridge cluttered with fallen logs and thick underbrush. The footprints continued ahead. Still barefoot. Still perfectly spaced. And 15 feet beyond the ridge's edge, I saw the source of the tapping. A length of climbing rope dangled from a rock outcropping, tied to a carabiner that knocked lightly against the stone whenever the breeze shifted. The rope was frayed as if yanked under severe tension. Beneath it, a shallow depression in the mud marked where someone had stood for an extended time. Someone watching the slope. Someone waiting. I crouched beside the depression, scanning the ground. More footprints, these ones booted. size similar to mine. The boot prints didn't match the barefoot tracks, and they formed a circle around the depression. Someone had been pacing or guarding the area. Fresh. Probably from the last 12 hours. The boot print stopped abruptly near a thick patch of salal shrubs. They didn't turn around. They didn't continue. They just vanished. I parted the salal carefully. The soil beneath was undisturbed. No drag marks. No collapse. No struggle. No sign the person crouched here had ever moved away. My mouth went dry. I backed out of the shrubs and keyed my radio again. Base, this is Quinn. I have possible evidence of more than one subject. Requesting an immediate grid expansion and secondary team dispatch. Coordinates to follow. Silence. I check my signal strength. Full bars. Meaning I should have had clear reception. Base, do you copy? Nothing. I switched to emergency channel 3. Static. Every channel. Static. The radio wasn't malfunctioning, the interference was targeted. Something localized. Something deliberate. For the first time that morning, a pulse of unease crept through me. Not fear yet, just that sharp, professional awareness that something was fundamentally wrong. I pocketed the radio and stood, scanning the tree line. The forest looked undisturbed. But then I saw it. A scrap of fabric snagged on a low branch. Dark green nylon. Torn, not cut. It was the same material used on the missing hiker's jacket. I moved toward it, pushing through the undergrowth, and found more signs. Mud displaced where someone had knelt, a snapped twig, a smear of blood barely the size of a coin. Not enough to indicate critical injury, but enough to confirm a confrontation or fall. The footprints, both the booted ones and the barefoot ones, merged here. Merged, then diverged sharply. The barefoot prints veered left. The boot prints veered right. I went right. The trail led deeper into dense forest, the undergrowth growing thicker and harder to navigate. The fog clung closer to the ground here, muting sound, making everything feel too close. I kept my breathing steady, moving slowly, scanning constantly. Every branch or fern seemed to hide something that wasn't there. But the boot prints were easy enough to follow. They were pressed deep, spaced far apart. Whoever made them had been running. After roughly 20 minutes, the boot print stopped at the edge of a shallow ravine. The mud there was churned, chaotic, suggesting someone slid or was pushed down the incline. I followed the disturbed soil down the ravine carefully, one booted step at a time. At the bottom, a shallow creek cut through the rock. And lying half submerged at the water's edge was another beacon. Not the one I'd taken from the pack. Another one. Identical model. Identical serial number. The same as Eli Mercer's. My heartbeat thudded hard enough to shake my hands, but I forced myself to pick it up. The casing was scratched. The activation switch removed. Someone had gutted it and reassembled it without the distress feature. It wasn't a locator anymore. It was a lure. And the realization hit me so hard it made the forest tilt. Someone was replicating the pattern from the forbidden case. Not because they needed help. Because they wanted a ranger to find them. Wanted a ranger to follow. I swallowed hard and looked upstream. Barefoot prints. Fresh. Leading deeper into the ravine. And for the first time, I wondered if I had misjudged the entire situation. Maybe the missing hiker wasn't running from someone else. Maybe he was running from me. I stood in the ravine for too long, letting the cold seep through the seams of my uniform. The water trickled around my boots, carrying fragments of cedar needles downstream. The air smelled of wet stone and something faintly metallic. I forced myself to look at the gutted beacon again. Whoever modified it had done so with skill, precise disassembly, careful reattachment. Not the work of someone panicked or injured. Someone calculated had planted it. Someone who wanted to recreate the Mercer pattern. Someone who knew exactly which ranger had responded to that case 9 years ago. I breathed out slowly and scanned the ravine walls. The prints led upstream, so I followed, keeping close to the rock face where my steps made less noise. The fog above insulated the space, muting sound until only the scrape of my gear and the soft suction of boots and mud remained. Every few yards, the barefoot prints reappeared on patches of softer ground, each one forming a perfect outline. No stagger. No sprint marks. No signs of fatigue. Whoever made them was deliberately staying just ahead of me. At the third bend in the ravine, I found something that made me stop cold. A jacket. Dark green nylon. Torn sleeves. Mud-streaked. It matched the registration photo of the missing hiker. I crouched, lifting it with gloved fingers. The fabric was cold but not soaked through. Recently removed. A faint musky odor lingered, sweat, forest, and something else I couldn't place. Something sharp. Acrid. I heard movement upstream. Not heavy. Not panicked. Just a single, deliberate footfall. I tensed, hand instinctively moving to the bear spray on my belt. "Dorian?" I called, my voice caught between command and caution. "You need to stop moving. I'm here to help you." Another footstep. Slow. Purposeful. I edged forward. The ravine tightened into a narrow corridor walled by slick, high rock. The prints continued up the center, framed by water trickling through loose gravel. At the far end, the corridor opened into a shallow basin where a single fallen log spanned the width of the space like a natural bridge. And standing on the log, one hand gripping a broken branch for balance, was Dorian Hale. His feet were bare. His pants soaked up to the knees. His face pale and strained. His eyes fixed on me the moment I stepped into the clearing. But it wasn't fear I saw there. It was recognition. As if he had expected me specifically. I kept my voice level. "Dorian, you're injured. You need to come with me. I'll get you medical attention." He didn't move. Didn't blink. His voice, when it came, was rough, shaking, but clear. "You shouldn't have come alone." The sentence hit me with the force of a falling tree. Not because of the words themselves, but because he spoke them like a fact, not a plea. "Tell me what happened," I said quietly. He swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. "He told me, if you ever saw the signal again, you'd follow it." I felt the ground tilt under me. "Who told you that?" Dorian looked past me, toward the ravine entrance. "The one who watched you last time. The one who never stopped watching." My pulse slowed, not from calm, but from a cold, methodical shift into survival mode. "There is no one behind me, Dorian," I said firmly. "We're alone." He shook his head once, sharply. "You don't understand. He wanted you up here. He made me do it. He said the only way I'd leave the forest alive was if I got you to follow the pattern." My mouth went dry. "Dorian, where is he now?" Dorian's eyes flicked upward. Then I heard it. Above us, somewhere on the ridgeline, a single carabiner struck rock. Clink. 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 The same tapping from earlier, but farther, higher, as if whoever made it was moving into position. I reached for my radio out of instinct even though I knew it would be dead. Static hissed back at me, the same low, steady interference. Dorian's breathing quickened. He's not coming for me. I looked up toward the tree line, trying to pinpoint the sound. Not the ridge ahead. Not the ravine behind. Off to the left. Clink. Closer. I didn't see the figure at first. I saw movement, a shift in the fog, a darker shape threading between trunks. Someone was descending the ridge with controlled, expert steps. Not rushing. Not trying to hide. Approaching. Stalking. Dorian backed away on the log, panic finally cracking through his rigid control. He said he only needed one of us alive. I drew the bear spray, leveled it toward the ridge, and raised my voice. This is Ranger Quinn with Olympic Backcountry Search and Rescue. Identify yourself now. The figure didn't stop. I took 2 steps forward, positioning myself between Dorian and the approach. Turn around, I said without looking back at him. Walk toward the ravine entrance. Don't run, just walk. Get distance. He didn't argue. His bare feet scraped against the bark as he climbed off the log and slipped into the shadows of the basin. The clinking stopped again. Silence swallowed the clearing. I felt eyes on me, cold, assessing, patient. A hunter studying terrain. Someone who knew the forest intimately. Someone who knew how rangers responded. Someone who had studied me through the Mercer case and waited nearly a decade for an opportunity to recreate the scenario with precision. I tightened my grip on the spray. A voice drifted through the fog. Low. Steady. Male. You were easy to follow the first time too. My blood iced. I stepped backward toward the ravine path. You're surrounded, I lied. Teams are en route. Walk toward me slowly with your hands visible. A chuckle. Soft. Controlled. You came alone, Lydia. He said my name like he'd worn it in his mouth for years. I didn't wait. I pivoted, bolted down the ravine, grabbing Dorian's arm as I ran. Move. I hissed. Now. Behind us, the voice rose, not shouting, not chasing. Just speaking. You should have left the case closed. The ravine walls funneled our footsteps as we sprinted through water and mud, branches slapping our faces and arms. The fog muffled everything behind us. No sounds of pursuit. No heavy footsteps. Which made it worse. Not knowing where he was. Not knowing how close. Not knowing if he was even following. Or circling ahead. We didn't stop until the slope eased and the ravine spilled into an open stand of spruce. My radio crackled abruptly, channels returning all at once, like a door unlocking. Base to Quinn, do you copy? I grabbed it. Base, this is Quinn. I have the subject. We are evacuating, active threat in the area. Immediate response required. We're dispatching now. Hold position. But I didn't hold. I kept moving, dragging Dorian with me through the trees, every instinct screaming that staying put would end the same way Mercer's case nearly ended for me 9 years ago. We didn't look back. Not once. And even now, I don't know whether the man in the fog followed us out. Or simply waited for the next ranger to take a forbidden case too seriously. My name is Ranger Nolan Bryce, and as of 9:42 a.m. this morning, Rocky Mountain National Park handed me the most impossible set of coordinates I've ever seen. The winter monitoring screen flashed a manual SOS request, someone physically pressing the emergency button, and the signal locked itself dead center on Sprague Lake. That alone would have been strange, but last week the lake cracked open under a tourist's rented SUV and swallowed it whole. The dive team postponed the recovery because the ice was unstable, the water was a churned black slush, and the whole surface was still groaning like something alive under there. Nobody would step on that lake. Nobody should be able to. And yet the signal kept pulsing, steady as a heartbeat. I reread the location 3 times, cross-checked satellite drift, weather interference, recent beacon activity. Nothing explained it. For straight minutes of a repeating manual SOS was a number I couldn't ignore. I packed my cold weather response kit and signed out the patrol truck. It was supposed to be a routine winter morning, but something was wrong the moment I left the station. Bear Lake Road was nearly deserted, no hikers, no photographers, not even other rangers heading out for snow conditions. It was as if the entire park had emptied itself out. The wind slapped the truck hard enough to rattle the frame, but even the wind felt muted, like sound wasn't traveling normally. At the Sprague Lake lot, mine was the only vehicle. Snow piled in soft ridges along the trail, the kind that shapes itself when the wind has been constant for hours. I stepped out, strapped into my snowshoes, and triple-checked the SOS coordinates on my handheld. They hadn't shifted at all. The urge to radio and a second ranger tugged at me, but we were short-staffed, and calling for backup for what could still be a tech glitch didn't feel justifiable. So I started toward the shore. The forest stayed unnervingly quiet. Normally, even in harsh winter, you'd hear the crack of shifting trees, the distant calls of crows, the low booms of ice sheets expanding. Today, nothing moved. No birds. No squirrels. Not even a single gust of loose snow dropping off a branch. My own footsteps were the only sound. When I stepped out of the trees and saw the lake, my breath hitched. The surface was a maze of pale fractures, long sinuous cracks hidden beneath an overnight dusting of snow. The center dipped slightly inward, as if something heavy had settled beneath it. I crouched at the edge and tested the ice with my pole. It flexed without cracking, a bad sign. Thin ice doesn't groan, it bends. I checked my GPS again. 30 yards from shore. Too far. Far enough that one wrong shift could drop me straight into black water. But someone had pressed their beacon. Someone was asking for help. I stepped onto the lake. Each footstep rippled out under the surface like I was walking on a giant drum. 15 yards out, the wind died completely. I mean completely, like someone had turned off a switch. Even my breathing sounded too loud against the total silence. The GPS beeped its confirmation, 10 yards. 5. I reached the location, and there was nothing, no backpack, no broken ice, no sign of a hiker. I crouched and brushed snow away with my glove. The ice beneath wasn't cold. It was warm. I jerked my hand back, heart lurching. Before I could process that, my radio clicked sharply. One short burst. A human breath. Slow. Close. Then a voice, wet, faint, trembling, slipped through the channel. Help, help. I swallowed hard. This is Ranger Nolan Bryce. I'm at your coordinates. What is your name? The reply came broken, like someone speaking underwater. Under you. My stomach dropped. I pressed my ear to the ice. A heartbeat pulsed through it. Faint but unmistakable. Then something massive shifted under the surface, pushing upward, bowing the ice beneath my boots. The lake moaned in a long, low vibration. I stumbled back toward shore, forcing myself to move slowly, carefully. My radio crackled again, 3 taps. The universal distress code 4 trapped. When I reached solid ground, the ice behind me stilled. The wind returned in a single shuddering blast. A crow shrieked from deep in the pines. The world snapped back into place. Then I saw it. A hand pressed against the underside of the ice. Long fingers splayed, palm dragging in a slow arc. My radio whispered, "Don't go." The hand vanished, and I stepped back onto the lake. I told myself it had to be an air pocket, a debris shadow, a trick of light. Anything but a literal hand beneath the ice. But the protocols were clear. If a missing person might be trapped with any air at all, every second mattered. My legs shook as I moved toward the center again, every step a gamble against the flexing sheet beneath me. When I reached the coordinates, I knelt slowly, distributing weight, and pressed my glove to the surface. Warm. Warmer than before. The heartbeat was faster now, weak, frantic. I tried to steady my breathing, but the air around me felt wrong, thick and heavy like I was inhaling through cloth. I reached for my eyesol, thinking I could bore a small hole and check for signs of trapped air. Before I touched the surface, a pulse of pressure shoved upward beneath the ice, nearly throwing me off balance. My radio shrieked an ugly, wet burst of noise that made me clap a hand over my ear. Then the whisper returned. Too late. I looked down. A face stared up at me through the ice. Not distorted by water. Not drowned in drifting. Pressed directly against the underside, eyes open wide, mouth frozen in a perfect scream. I slapped both hands onto the ice, shouting, "I see you. I'm getting you out." But the face didn't respond. It didn't blink. It didn't move. It just stared with unbroken intensity, like it was waiting for something. I tapped the ice 3 times, our signal for "I hear you." 3 taps answered from below. My lungs tightened. Whoever this was, they were conscious. I reached for my emergency spike to break the surface in a controlled fracture. But the moment I lifted it, the ice beneath the ice rolled upward, staring straight into mine. Then the head jerked violently sideways, like something had yanked it. The ice beneath me bulged again. Not like someone pushing. Like something rising. I scrambled backward, slipping on the slick surface, crawling instead of walking. About 10 feet away, the ice behind me cracked thin, sneaking fissures that spread outward from the coordinates like a web. A sound seeped through the fractures. Not a voice. A low, dragging scrape, as if something heavy was clawing at the underside. The face reappeared. Closer. Too close. It was directly beneath me, eyes wide, blood trickling upward along the ice from a broken nose. But the worst part, the part that made my stomach hollow out, was that the face wasn't gasping for air or thrashing. It was smiling. A slow, deliberate, unnatural smile. "Get away from me," I whispered, despite knowing it made no sense. The smile deepened, teeth scraping against the underside of the ice like nails on glass. "Found you," it breathed. I scrambled toward shore, slipping, half crawling, half stumbling. The ice cracked in a jagged lightning pattern behind me. A wet thud slammed against the underside. Then another. Then a hand burst up through a softball-sized hole, fingers stiff, nails blackened, reaching wildly. I lunged the last few feet and rolled onto solid ground as the ice behind me gave way completely. A dark shape surged through the water, churning beneath the collapsing surface. I backed up until my spine hit a pine trunk. The lake settled slowly. The cracks stopped growing. The water stilled. Nothing surfaced. But the SOS beacon on my handheld still flashed. Same coordinates. Same manual distress signal. Same impossible origin. I radioed dispatch with shaking hands. "We have an active sub-ice entrapment at Sprague Lake. Possible hypothermia, possible. I hesitated, searching for words that wouldn't make me sound insane. Rapid movement beneath unstable ice. Static answered. Then, a familiar voice came clearly through the radio. My own. Nolan, come back. My breath caught. Who is this? Identify yourself. The radio hissed. Nolan. Look up. I did. A man stood across the lake on the opposite snowbank, maybe 50 yards away. Pale face. Heavy winter jacket. Motionless. Watching me. The same face I'd seen under the ice. He lifted a hand and waved. Not urgently. Not calling for help. Just waving. Then he pointed at me, slow and deliberate, like he was picking me out from a crowd. The SOS beacon flashed again. And he smiled that same broken smile. I've been a ranger long enough to know when adrenaline is twisting my perception, but this wasn't panic. This was calculation. The man on the far bank stood too still, too balanced for someone who'd supposedly just been trapped beneath the lake. No signs of hypothermia, no shivering, no collapse. Just stillness. Watching me with that smile. Stay where you are. I shouted across the ice, trying to anchor myself in protocol. Rescue is en route. Don't move. He tilted his head like he didn't understand English. The SOS ping chimed on my handheld again. Same coordinates. Dead center. Under the ice. Not where the man stood. I stepped backward slowly, wanting distance, wanting something solid behind me. The figure on the far bank stepped forward in perfect sync, like a mirror. Not rushed. Not aggressive. Just following. Matching my distance exactly. My radio clicked on again with that sickening wet quality, like waterlogged lungs pushing air. Come back. My own voice. The figure stepped onto the ice. The surface didn't crack beneath him. Didn't flex. Didn't groan. He walked across it like it was solid concrete. Each step perfectly placed, perfectly balanced. My pulse hammered in my skull as he moved closer, the same unnatural smile plastered across his face. Stop walking. I barked, though my voice cracked halfway through. He didn't. 10 yards. 8. 5. He stopped directly over the coordinates, right where the beacon said someone was trapped beneath the ice. He crouched and began tapping. 3 taps. The distress code. My entire body went cold. Who are you? I whispered. He didn't answer. He pressed his ear to the ice as if listening. Then he turned his face upward toward me, eyes widening as if he'd just heard something terrifying from below. He whispered one word. No. Then the ice beneath him caved inward. Not shattered. Collapsed, like a sinkhole sucking him through. He vanished in an instant. I sprinted onto the lake before logic could catch up, racing toward the new hole. Cold burned my lungs, my legs screaming with each stride. I reached the edge and dropped to my stomach, scanning the roiling black water below for any sign of the man. Nothing. No bubbles. No movement. No body. I grabbed my awl and slammed it into the ice to widen the hole. If someone was trapped beneath, they could still be alive. My hand brushed something under the surface fabric. Skin? I reached deeper. And something grabbed me. A hand. Ice cold, gripping my wrist with impossible strength. I screamed and braced both boots against the ice, pulling back with everything I had. The hand pulled harder. My glove slipped halfway off, water soaking into the lining, numbing my fingers instantly. A face surged up from the depths. Not the man. Me. My own face burst through the freezing water, eyes wide, lips blue, choking on bubbles. My own voice gurgled out of the water. Help me. The cold hand yanked harder, dragging me toward the opening. The reflection, or the thing wearing my face, thrashed violently, reaching its other hand toward me. The ice around the hole cracked outward in sharp white lines. I kicked, twisted, slammed my shoulder into the surface. My glove tore free. The hand disappeared back into the water, sinking fast, vanishing into black. I scrambled backward, gasping, cradling my wrist. The pain flared all the way up my arm, a deep bone cold impossible to shake. I staggered to my feet and ran across the lake, ice fracturing behind me with every step. I didn't stop until I hit the tree line and collapsed against a snowdrift. My radio chimed. SOS ping. Manual distress. Same coordinates. I stared back at the lake. The surface had already sealed, the hole freezing over as if nothing had happened. The center sagged slightly again. Then, a hand pressed upward from beneath. Different hand this time. Whiter. Fingers longer. Palm flattening against the underside. Another SOS ping. Then my radio whispered, not in my voice this time, but in dozens of voices, layered and trembling. Found you, found you, found you. The entire lake surface bulged upward. The ice cracked in a massive radial pattern. Something enormous shifted beneath it. I turned and ran, snow spraying behind me, lungs burning, not looking back even when the radio continued whispering in those overlapping voices. I didn't stop until the parking lot came into view. The lake was silent again. Dispatch never received any of my transmissions. The SOS beacon disappeared from the system the moment I reached the truck. The coordinates are still burned into my handheld's memory. And every few minutes, even now, long after I've left the water behind, the device pings again from the passenger seat beside me. Manual SOS. Same exact spot. The middle of Sprague Lake. A lake that is no longer quiet. A lake that is no longer alone. My name is Ranger Mirasalis, Backcountry Operations, Greenwood National Park, and as of this morning I have written exactly 19 official incident reports involving missing hikers. I never expected the 20th to begin with a body already found and a distress beacon that wouldn't stop transmitting. The signal first pinged at 5:17, just as the sky above the ridge was turning pale with dawn. Dispatch flagged it as a priority 1 because the coordinates were moving in short, jittery increments, the kind you normally see when someone is staggering or crawling. I hiked out with my partner, Ranger Devon Hale, expecting the usual: exhaustion, dehydration, maybe a broken ankle. Instead, we found the hiker face down beside the creek, his neck twisted at a wrong angle, skin already chilled. He'd been dead for hours. And yet his beacon, strapped to the shoulder of his pack, kept broadcasting movement, the tracker dots marching slowly north like he were still walking. Devon and I exchanged a look neither of us had words for. We bagged the device, secured the body, and radioed the recovery team, hoping there would be some mundane explanation, maybe a malfunction, a battery glitch, or corrupted GPS drift from the valley's steep granite walls. But as we stood there, the beacon chirped again. The coordinates moved. And they didn't match the hiker's location or our own. We started following the ghost signal because we had to: protocol, liability, just in case, all the reasons we tell ourselves when we don't want to admit we're unnerved. I could feel the cold morning air collecting in my lungs as we hiked upriver. The beacon led us into thicker timber, the kind where sunlight stays tangled in branches and everything smells like damp bark, The signal walked ahead of us at a steady pace, a few yards at a time. Devon kept checking the handheld. "It's climbing the slope," he muttered. "It's following the ridge trail." The ridge trail was narrow, slanted, barely maintained. No one dead or alive should have been walking that route in the past few hours. But the digital footprint kept going, always 10 or 20 minutes ahead, never waiting, never stopping. We reached the switchbacks at 9:03, about 2 miles from the body. That was when I noticed the tracks. Not fresh, maybe half faded by wind, but human. Same boot pattern the hiker wore in the coroner's photos we'd seen during his missing person brief. "He didn't walk here," Devon said, voice low. "He couldn't have." I wanted to agree, but the physical evidence stared back at us, mocking any logic I tried to hold on to. The footprints climbed higher until they smeared into rocky scree. Past that point, nothing. As if he had stepped into the stone itself. The beacon pinged again. Its next coordinates appeared nearly a quarter mile away, cutting across the ridge too quickly for any person to manage. We tried to radio dispatch for verification, but the frequency fizzled with static, not the normal kind, sharp, pulsing, like someone whispering in bursts. Devon pulled his radio back, grimacing. "Something's wrong with the repeater," he said, but neither of us convinced ourselves. By 10:12 the signal led us to the northern overlook, a sheer drop of about 300 feet. The wind was blowing uphill, cold and metallic. No tracks. No broken branches. Nothing to indicate anyone had been there that morning. But the beacon insisted something had paused here before moving again. I checked the horizon instinctively, scanning tree leans, brush, talus. Nothing. Just quiet. Too quiet. Even the usual morning birdsong was absent. We kept on. The next sets of coordinates trembled, zigzagging between two close points, then darting forward as if the hiker, whatever version the signal claimed to track, was running. Devon muttered, "This is insane," for the 4th time. I didn't blame him. I kept thinking about the body we'd zipped into a bag. The stiffness of his limbs. The bluish tint to his fingertips. He'd been dead long before sunrise. And yet something in these woods was writing footsteps in his name. We turned down from the ridge onto the old service road, barely wide enough for one ATV. Gravel crunched under our boots. The air felt colder the farther we descended, not in the natural way but in a way that made the hairs on my arms tense. Somewhere below, the creek murmured, but the sound felt distant, warped, stretched like an echo recorded at the wrong speed. When we reached the lower bridge, Devon's handheld let out an alert beep. The beacon had accelerated, the pace now matching someone jogging. "Whatever it is, it's headed toward the lake," he said. The lake lay another half-mile down a wooded slope. A place where the morning fog often lingered until midday. A place campers avoided because the shoreline mud swallowed boots like wet clay. We had recovered bodies there before. But this time, I felt something I couldn't name, something more than dread and expectation, as though we were following not a person but a path someone wanted us to take. The fog thickened as we approached the tree line. Devon slowed, his hand unconsciously drifting toward the flare pouch on his vest. "You hear that?" he whispered. At first I didn't. Then I did. A faint series of beeps, the beacon's signature tone, but distant, muffled, as if coming through layers of water or fog. It didn't make sense. The device was in my pack, powered on, displaying coordinates. There shouldn't have been another. We moved closer to the shore, the mud sucking at our boots. The fog swirled like it had weight. And then I saw it up ahead, 30 feet from land, something shifting under the surface. A shape. Slow. Drifting. Moving exactly in sync with the coordinates on our handheld. Something that should have been impossible. The lake was calm. Completely still. Too still. And then the signal moved again. Fast. Straight toward us. My throat tightened as the next ping hit the handheld. The tiny LCD flashed a new set of numbers, north by 14 yards, speed increasing. Devon took a half step back, instinctively bracing as if something might break the lake's surface. I scanned the waterline, my pulse thumping behind my ears. Nothing disturbed the glassy surface. No ripples. No bubbles. No wake. And yet the coordinates plotted a direct line from mid-lake to the muddy shoreline where we stood. The hiker's body, cold and broken, was miles behind us. There was no scenario, none, that could justify the beacon insisting he was charging toward us right now. We edged backward as the signal closed the distance. Maybe the GPS is glitching, Devon murmured, though even he didn't sound convinced. I kept my eyes locked on the water. The fog swallowed most of the lake but left a thin corridor of visibility near the bank, enough to see if something broke the surface. Nothing did. But the handheld beeped again 8 yards. 5. 3. 0. And then it kept going. Past the shoreline. As if an invisible figure had stepped onto the mud and kept walking straight toward us. I stumbled back, boots slipping. Devon grabbed my shoulder. Mira, move. We retreated until we hit firmer ground under the trees. The device kept chirping, its trail crawling upslope now, cutting between us and the lake. I reset the receiver twice, shaking it hard. It's just data drift, I whispered, but my voice cracked. GPS drift doesn't move in a straight, purposeful line. And it sure as hell doesn't accelerate. We followed the new trail only because we had no choice. If a second person in distress was out here, if by some fluke the coordinates represented another beacon, we couldn't ignore it. Duty forces you forward even when your instincts scream otherwise. The trail led deeper into the woods, away from the lake, the fog thinning as we climbed. Pine needles muffled our steps. Everything smelled like sap and cold earth. I noticed something disquieting, no wildlife sounds. Not a single squirrel rustle or bird call. The silence pressed against us like an unseen weight. The coordinates moved steadily. The pace matched a strong hiker. Energetic. Intentional. But no snapped twigs. No footprints. No visual confirmation. We tracked a ghost. At 12:47, we reached a narrow rise where the pines opened into a small clearing. Sunlight finally reached us through a hole in the canopy. I felt momentary relief until Devon froze and pointed. In the dirt, indenting the mossy soil, were tracks. Fresh. Deep. Same treads as the deceased hiker's boots. They led across the clearing and vanished into the underbrush. My blood chilled. The coroner had shown us photos of the soles earlier. Same pattern. Same wear. Same missing chunk along the outer heel. Someone's screwing with us, Devon muttered. The words should have sounded reassuring, but they didn't. There was no one else out here. We'd radioed the area clear. The only teams nearby were the recovery crew with the body, far from this location. The trail cut downhill, angling toward the ravine. My legs burned as we followed. The signal beeped again, sharper this time, indicating rapid descent. Whoever or whatever we tracked moved downhill at an unnatural pace, like someone dropping down steep terrain without hesitation or caution. Devon swore. He's going straight through the ravine wall, he said, holding the hand held out. That's solid rock. He was right. The coordinates slid across the screen until they stopped inside the ravine's eastern cliff face, a mass of gray granite with no caves, no openings, nothing. The trail ended there. The digital dot blinked at a point 3 meters inside the rock. I stepped forward, placing my palm against the stone. It was gold. Natural. Nothing unusual. But the signal didn't move again. It just stayed there, pulsing softly, as though the beacon and whatever path it claimed to follow had simply walked into the mountain. We stood there for nearly a minute, neither of us speaking. Eventually Devon turned to me. "We need to call this in." He reached for his radio, lifting it halfway before stopping. A faint crackle drifted from the speaker, static but irregular, broken by tiny pauses, like breathing. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise. He lowered the radio slowly. "I'm turning it off," he said. Before he could, the speaker clicked sharply and a faint tone emerged. A single beep. The same tone the beacon made. But our beacon was in my pack. Devon's radio beeped again. My stomach dropped. "Turn it off," I snapped. He did, twisting the knob hard. The sound cut out, replaced by an awful silence. We didn't linger. We backed up the trail, checking over our shoulders every few seconds despite seeing nothing. My breathing had grown tight, my pack felt heavier with every step. The woods had shifted from quiet to oppressive, the kind of silence you feel more than hear. Halfway back up the slope, the handheld chirped. A new set of coordinates appeared. The dot was no longer inside the rock. It was behind us. Moving. Fast. I didn't look, I couldn't, but Devon did, his face draining of color. "Mira, run." We bolted uphill, branches whipping at our arms. The device kept beeping, each ping closer than the last. My lungs burned. Mud spattered my legs. Something about the air changed, colder, sharper, like winter wind seeping through cracks in a cabin wall. The coordinates followed relentlessly. We didn't stop until we reached the ridge, choking for air. The pines thinned, revealing a stretch of open rock. For the first time in hours, sunlight touched my face. Devon fell to his knees. I checked the handheld with shaking hands. The signal had stopped. Completely frozen. A single unmoving dot sat at the base of the slope we just fled. Then it vanished. The screen blinked blank. The silence after the signal vanished felt worse than the chase. I had expected the dot to reappear left, right, behind, anywhere, but the screen remained nothing but an empty grid, the device still powered, still searching, finding absolutely nothing. Devon sat against a boulder, gasping, sweat streaking the dust on his face. I kept scanning the tree because being still felt dangerous. Every instinct I had screamed that the thing we'd been following had not simply disappeared. At 13:22, dispatch finally broke through the radio interference. A sharp click, then, Unit 7, status check. Devon grabbed his radio, voice strained. "This is Hale. We've got a malfunctioning beacon and irregular coordinates." He hesitated before adding, "We were followed." I didn't want him to say it, to make it sound real, but it was already too late. "Copy," dispatch said. "Recovery team reports the hiker's beacon is still active." My heart lurched. "No," I replied. "We have it. It's in my pack." "Negative," dispatch returned after a pause thick with unease. "The coroner just confirmed his beacon is transmitting from the transport truck." I felt the world narrow into a hollow tunnel. The device in my pack buzzed as if responding. I reached in slowly, half expecting it to be warm, or vibrating, or God knows what else. I pulled it out. The little LED blinked calmly. Normal. Innocent. Like it hadn't spent the past hours dragging us across the wilderness. Devon stood. We need to get back. Now. He was right, but the trail home felt darker than when we'd hiked in. Every shadow between the pines seemed deeper. The air felt charged, humming with a tension just below hearing. I kept glancing behind us. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. But it felt like the woods watched. We took the fastest route back, a direct descent along the Ranger Service Ridge path. It cut nearly 2 miles off the return. The soil was loose, a mix of sand and pine needles, and more than once I slipped, catching myself on branches. My legs trembled from adrenaline and exhaustion. The handheld remained blank, and that terrified me more than the moving dot had. At 14:03 we reached the river crossing. The water churned around the stones, loud enough to drown out our footsteps. For a moment, the sound was comforting, something normal, something alive. Then the handheld chirped. A single tone. No coordinates. Just a tone. I froze. Devon turned slowly. "It's off," he said. "It's supposed to be off." He reached for it, hands unsteady. Before he touched the device, a second tone sounded. Not digital. Real. Echoing from somewhere downstream. It was the beacon's chirp. Coming from the river. We followed the sound because we couldn't not follow it. That's the part that still bothers me, that even when every sensible part of me said stop, the training, the duty, the stubborn need for answers kept me moving. We walked along the riverbank, stepping over exposed roots and slick stones. The water glinted silver under the afternoon sun. Another chirp sounded, closer this time. I scanned the river, then I saw something. A dark shape lodged between 2 rocks near the far bank. A backpack. Devon sucked in a breath. That can't be his. They already collected it. But I knew the moment I saw the strap. Same model. Same color. Same torn stitching along the top flap. The recovery team had placed his pack in a sealed evidence container. I had watched them do it. The pack in the river shifted slightly as the current pushed at it, like someone had dropped it minutes ago. The chirp sounded again, louder now, undeniably coming from inside that pack. We climbed across the fallen logs, bridging the river fast, careless, too desperate for logic. When we reached the far side, Devon knelt beside the sodden pack and unbuckled the flap. He froze. "Mira, it's empty. No beacon. No gear. Not even the fabric smelled right. The pack reeked of cold stone and stagnant air, not river water." Another chirp echoed behind us this time. We spun, scanning the tree line. Sunlight flickered between swaying branches. Nothing moved. Then the hand held in my vest vibrated violently. Coordinates flashed onto the blank grid. But they weren't in the woods. Or on the trail. They were at the transport truck. Where the actual body was. And something else, another dot, was moving toward it fast. Devon cursed and grabbed his radio. "Dispatch, this is Unit 7, lock down the recovery transport. There's someone approaching your location. Do you copy?" Static crackled, swallowing the words. Then, faintly, "Unit 7, you need to return immediately. Truck relocating, signal interference." The transmission cut. We didn't waste a second. We ran. The trail back blurred into a frantic mix of branches, sunlight, and pounding boots. My lungs screamed. My legs felt like lead. The handheld's dots moved in real time, the body dot stationary, the moving dot closing in. Every few seconds the device jittered, glitching, as if whatever we tracked distorted the signal simply by existing. At 14:46 we reached the service road. Dust swirled under our feet as we sprinted toward the ranger station clearing. Through the trees I saw the white transport truck parked beside the building. Then I saw the people. The recovery team stood frozen beside the truck, staring at something on the ground. Something that hadn't been there when we left. A second body bag. Devin stopped dead. My heart hammered so hard I felt it in my teeth. We approached slowly, painfully aware that the woods behind us had gone silent again. The second bag was unzipped halfway. Inside lay the same hiker. Same face. Same injuries. Same boots. 2 identical bodies. 2 identical sets of gear. 2 identical deaths. My vision swam. Someone behind me whispered a prayer. Devin took 3 steps back, shaking his head hard, like he could deny what he saw if he moved enough air around him. The handheld buzzed again. I looked down. The moving dot had reappeared. And it was right behind me. I turned. Nothing stood there. Nothing I could see. But the pine needles behind me bowed inward. As if something was breathing. My name is Evan Maddox, Field Ranger for Red Gorge National Preserve, and on the afternoon of June 14th, I was dispatched to investigate an emergency beacon broadcasting from inside Carrion Canyon. That statement contains 30 words, and I'm choosing each of them carefully because what happened down there hasn't stopped replaying in my head since the moment I stepped out of the truck. The canyon stretched open in front of me like a cracked jaw when I arrived, the kind of narrow sandstone corridor tourists love for its echo tricks and filtered red gold light. I'd been in Carrion Canyon hundreds of times, lost day hikers, sprained ankles, dehydration calls, but never because an emergency beacon had been activated from the inner chute. The terrain in there is rough, shoulders narrow, at points barely allowing enough space for a grown man to pass. People don't usually choose it unless they know where they're going. I checked the coordinates twice. There was no mistake. The beacon belonged to a solo hiker named Braden Cole, reported overdue by his roommate that morning. Last ping came from GPS dead territory, deep in the canyon slot where signals vanish. Yet somehow this one broke through. The sun was high when I entered the chute, 4:03 p.m. I remember because I logged it right before descending. The wall swallowed the light almost immediately, giving everything that eerie quiet only deep sandstone can make. My boots struck the ground in steady rhythm, a familiar metronome echoing off the narrow chamber. Then, halfway down the first corridor, I heard something wrong in the echo. My steps returned to me normally, tap, tap, tap. But layered beneath them, just a half beat behind, were footsteps too slow and too heavy to belong to me. I stopped instantly. The echoes stopped too. Not delayed. Stopped. I listened, holding my breath, forcing my ears to tune through the canyon's constant hum. For a solid 10 seconds there was nothing. No wind. No wildlife. Just the low thrum of my own pulse. I moved forward again, slower this time. My boots pressed carefully into the grit, and again the canyon answered, but not the way it should. My foot landed. A beat later, faint but unmistakable, a second footstep landed, like someone following just behind, walking in the same rhythm but not in sync. I spun around. The corridor behind me was empty, shadows stretching long, undisturbed. I called out. Braden. Hey, if you can hear me, call back. Only the faint ripple of my voice came back. Then, after the echo faded, came one single, deliberate footstep. The canyon swallowed the rest. I radioed dispatch. Possible presence in the canyon. Unknown individual. Proceeding with caution. Copy, Evan, they said. Be advised, no other visitors checked into Carrion today. I kept going. The deeper I went, the narrower the chute became, sunlight replaced entirely by muted amber glow. My GPS cut out exactly where it always does in this canyon. The emergency beacon's tracker, though, still active. Still pulsing from ahead. That alone bothered me. Signal shouldn't cut through this rock, not in this section. I reached a point where the passage dipped, the floor sloping down into a space barely wide enough for my shoulders. My breath echoed around me in hollow bursts. Every time I exhaled, the canyon seemed to exhale back. The footsteps followed. Always one beat behind. Never overlapping mine. Never hurrying. Just following. When I crouched to get through a tighter squeeze, I let my hand drag the wall for balance. Sandstone scraped my gloves, and the echo of that rasp should have been clean and bright. Instead, the canyon returned two rasps, mine first, then a second one, just a little deeper, just a little rougher, as though a second hand had followed the same motion a fraction of a second later. My mouth dried completely. Braden. I called again, louder this time. If you can hear me, say something. Nothing. But the next echo wasn't mine. It sounded like a breath, wet, uneven, like someone right behind me trying not to cough. I whipped around, flashlight up. The beam slid along the rock, the dust motes, the tight curve of the sandstone. Nothing moved. Nothing existed except the walls. I moved faster now, driven by the pulse of the emergency beacon. The signal grew stronger, as if urging me onward. The air got cooler, to a bizarre shift, considering the canyon trap's heat like an oven. My instincts kept trying to tap me on the shoulder, screaming that something was off, that I needed to turn back. But protocol wouldn't let me. Neither would the fact that Braden's emergency device was just ahead. Finally, I reached a fork, a narrow split in the stone where the right path dipped low into near darkness. My handheld tracker pointed right. That's also where the footsteps stopped mimicking me and started pacing. I froze. The sound was faint, but distinct, slow, measured footsteps circling just behind the bend. Not moving toward me. Just pacing, like whoever it was knew I was there and was waiting for me to commit to a direction. I whispered, "What the hell?" My fingers tightened on my flashlight. Then the beacon's signal spiked. For the first time, I heard the device's soft, rhythmic beat bouncing off the canyon walls. I followed it into the right chute. The pacing stopped the moment I chose that path. The air thinned as I moved deeper, my breathing now louder than anything else. My footsteps echoed normally at first until I passed a bend so tight I had to turn sideways. Once I slipped through, I heard it again. Footsteps. But this time, they weren't behind me. They were ahead. A full echo, clear, intentional, someone walking just out of sight. My skin tightened. My instinct told me the impossible. Whoever had been following me was now in front of me. And then I saw it. The emergency beacon was lying in the sand at my feet. Still flashing. Still warm. But the canyon ahead was empty. And the footsteps I heard weren't stopping. They were coming toward me. The footsteps kept coming toward me, steady and unhurried, like whoever was making them had all the time in the world. The sound bounced through the narrow stone corridor, bending around the curve ahead so perfectly that I couldn't judge the distance. My flashlight cut across the sandstone, catching nothing but dust and the faint shimmer of mica in the walls. I lowered my body instinctively, shifting into a defensive stance even though I had nothing but a radio, a beacon, and a pocket knife. "Braden?" My voice cracked in the tight air. "If that's you, I need you to answer." The footsteps stopped. The silence hit harder than the sound. For a moment, I wondered if I had imagined everything. Sound behaves strangely in tight rock passages, delays, distortions, false reflections. But the dread crawling under my ribs wasn't an echo. It felt too sharp, too directed. I edged forward, one slow footstep at a time, letting my light trace every angle of the twisting sandstone. The emergency beacon still sat at my feet, blinking steadily at a rate that suggested it had been activated intentionally. Someone pressed the button. Someone wanted help. Or wanted to lure help. That thought stuck to me like dust in my throat. I picked up the beacon. It was still warm, freshly used warm. My body temperature warm. That meant Braden had been here minutes ago. Maybe seconds. I swallowed hard and moved toward the curve, one hand on the rock, the other gripping the flashlight with too much force. About 6 feet ahead, the canyon dipped into a tighter squeeze. The footsteps had come from beyond the choke point. I forced myself through sideways, inhaling as my radio antenna scraped the stone above me. As soon as I cleared the passage, the space opened into a slightly wider pocket, maybe 12 feet across, with a thin shaft of sunlight slicing down from a crack high above. That was when I saw the first mark on the ground. A boot print. Not mine. The toes were pointed toward me. I stopped breathing. My own prints were obvious, deep, dragging slightly from the tight squeeze behind me. But the one facing me? Crisp. Clean. As if someone had stood right there, waiting for me to step through. And there was only one. The sand around it was untouched. No approach. No departure. Just that single print, like it had been placed deliberately and then the maker had vanished. I crouched low, flashlight sweeping. The shadows pulled thick along the canyon walls, the sunlight too narrow to illuminate more than a diagonal streak across the floor. The air felt colder again, unnaturally so, like stepping into a walk-in freezer left open too long. My radio crackled softly. Not the usual static. Breathing. Slow, strained, human breathing. My stomach dropped. I held the radio close, listening, barely daring to inhale so I wouldn't drown out the sound. A faint voice whispered, ragged, hoarse, almost swallowed by static. "Don't come toward me." My skin went cold. "Braden? Is that you? Where are you?" The radio wheezed, a long exhale like someone was right against the mic. Then, behind. The radio cut out. The canyon behind me was silent. Too silent. The kind that squeezes your nerves until your eyes start inventing shapes. I turned in a slow circle, trying to reason through it. Maybe Braden was disoriented. Maybe the echo patterns had messed with him. Maybe he was close enough for his voice to bleed into my receiver without a formal signal. But his voice, it wasn't coming from around me. It was coming from inside the radio, like he was transmitting from a dead zone. I stepped toward the single boot print, keeping the flashlight angled low. As I passed over it, the sand gave under my weight, collapsing the crisp outline. That was when the canyon made a new sound. Not footsteps. Not breathing. A long, low scrape, like fabric dragging across stone. Ahead of me. In complete darkness. Every rational part of me screamed that this could still be a living person. That I had a duty to continue. That turning back now, without even calling out, could mean leaving someone injured and alone. But the sound was wrong. Fabric doesn't drag like that. It was too heavy. Too slow. Almost like someone was pulling themselves, not walking. Still, protocol took over. "I hear you," I called. "If you're hurt, stay where you." The scrape stopped mid-syllable. And then, without warning, the canyon filled with the sound of footsteps again. But this time, they were running. Not away. Toward me. I jumped back, nearly slamming into the rock. My flashlight beam jittered wildly as the sound rushed closer, impossible to place in the twisting acoustics. It felt like it was coming from everywhere, echoing off every surface at once. I braced myself. But nothing emerged. No shape. No body. No dust disturbed. Just silence. My pulse hammered in my ears. Sweat slid down the back of my neck despite the unnatural cold. I forced myself to breathe slowly, grounding myself against the wall. Then I heard it, soft, almost polite. A tap. On rock. Behind me. I turned but saw nothing but the narrow crack of the passage I'd squeezed through. Another tap. Lower this time, like someone touching the wall inches from the floor. A third tap. Then a whisper so close it felt like it was brushing my ear. Keep going. I stumbled forward without thinking, nearly tripping over my own boots. The canyon pinched tighter, and I ducked low, feeling the weight of the rock pressing in from both sides. The air smelled different now, not just cold but old, like stone dust stirred from a place that hadn't been touched for years. The footsteps didn't follow this time. They moved parallel to me, matching my pace, tracking me through the rock itself. The emergency beacon in my hand blinked steady and calm, completely oblivious to the terror threading through the canyon. And then I realized something chillingly simple. The footsteps I heard weren't flawed echoes. They were perfect copies. Too perfect. Almost mechanical in their precision. As if someone or something was listening to my steps and playing them back at me. Always one beat behind. Always closer than before. And always learning me. The realization lodged hard in my chest. Whatever was in the canyon wasn't following me, it was matching me. Mimicking me. Learning me. The thought made my fingers tighten around the emergency beacon until the plastic creaked. I trained for injured hikers, dehydration cases, flash floods. Not for something that could take my footsteps and turn them into something separate. Something with intent. I moved deeper into the squeeze, shoulders scraping both walls now. The canyon dipped sharply and forced me into a crouch so tight my knees brushed the sand. The shadows thickened until the beam of my flashlight barely pushed a few feet ahead. I could hear my own breath bouncing back at me in stuttering bursts. But the canyon wasn't empty of sound. Somewhere to my left, through the rock, something walked in sync with my movements. Always a fraction of a second after my foot touched down. Sometimes lighter. Sometimes heavier. Testing. Adjusting. I tried to outsmart it, switching my rhythm, fast steps, slow steps, dragging feet, deliberate pauses, but the echoes still came one beat behind, shifting unintuitively, like the canyon was answering me with its own warped version. Braden, I called again, voice too tight, if you can hear me, you need to talk to me. At first there was nothing. Then the radio hissed in my pocket. I yanked it out, heart seizing when a voice whispered through the static, sounding like it was directly pressed to the mic. Don't let it copy you. My blood went cold. Where are you? I whispered. Talk to me. Silence. Then, faint but unmistakable. It watches from the gaps, beneath the rock, don't stop walking. The radio went dead. The canyon around me pulsed with silence, thick enough that I could feel it pressing against my ears. Beneath it, buried deep, something shifted, stone grinding against stone, like a massive weight rolling slowly underfoot. A vibration crawled through the sand beneath my knees. I kept going forward, faster now, dragging myself through the choke point until the canyon suddenly dropped into a wider chamber. I stumbled out, catching myself on brittle sandstone. The ceiling rose high above me in a ragged dome, fractured by narrow slits where daylight stabbed through like thin white knives. And in the center of the chamber was a backpack. Braden's backpack. Zipper open. Contents spilled. Emergency blanket half unraveled. Water flask smashed. The straps were shredded, as if torn by something that didn't need a blade. I moved toward it with slow, deliberate steps. The sand was smooth and undisturbed around it. No footprints. No trails. No drag marks. As if the pack had been dropped from above. I knelt. My hands shook as I sifted through the contents. Nothing told me where Braden was, but everything told me he didn't leave willingly. Then I heard it. A breath. Not behind me. Not across the chamber. Directly above me. I tilted my head back. For a split second, framed in the narrow crack of daylight overhead, something moved, a shifting silhouette clinging to the rock face, limbs too long, body flattened against the canyon wall like a shadow intent on not being seen. It clung there with perfect stillness, except for one subtle movement. Its head tilting. Watching me. I stumbled back, flashlight beam snapping upward, but by the time the light hit the slit, the shape was gone. The canyon overhead was empty. Then the footsteps started again. Not behind me. Not beside me. All around me. The chamber amplified them until the ground trembled with their rhythm, echo after echo slapping against the walls like a dozen people running circles around me. My heartbeat surged. My scalp prickled. Instinct screamed to run, but run where? The only exit was the narrow chute behind me. I grabbed the beacon and the radio and sprinted. The footsteps instantly shifted, matching my speed, closing in, like the canyon itself was full of sprinting bodies I couldn't see. My boots hammered the sand. My breath tore out of me. The light strobed wildly across the walls as I shoved myself back into the bottleneck passage. Halfway through the squeeze, something scraped the rock inches from my head. Not footsteps, handholds. Fingers dragging. Testing the crack I was wedging myself through. The sound was slow, greedy, patient. I burst through the tight gap and almost fell on my hands. The echo chamber behind me went silent instantly, as though whatever was inside couldn't or wouldn't follow into the narrower corridor. I forced myself upright, throat burning, vision tunneling. The beacon blinked calmly in my grip. The canyon ahead twisted sharply and angled upward toward the entrance, toward daylight, toward safety. But the radio crackled again. A whisper breathed through the static, strained, terrified. Don't let it hear you leave. Every instinct rebelled. I wanted to bolt out at full speed, but the message clamped around my nerves. Without fully realizing it, I slowed my pace, stepping as lightly as the sand allowed. My breath came in small, control pushes. The canyon ahead widened gradually, the amber glow brightening as the rock walls thinned. Then the footsteps returned. Only one pair this time. Behind me. Not matching me. Not copying me. Walking. Following. The rhythm was careful, almost thoughtful, soft presses into the sand, each one placed with unnatural precision. My flashlight trembled as I angled it behind me, but the corridor curved too sharply to see anything. The footsteps grew closer. 5 feet. 4. 3. I moved faster, each step purposeful but silent. Sweat stung my eyes. The canyon entrance was ahead, the pale wash of daylight filling the slot at the far end. 2 feet behind me now. The footsteps were so close I could feel the vibration through the soles of my boots. 1 foot behind me. Breath brushed the back of my neck, a warm exhale cutting through the cold canyon air. I didn't think. I ran. I exploded toward the entrance, scrambling up the slope, boots slipping on loose gravel. The footsteps charged behind me with impossible speed. I could feel the air move, like something enormous lunged in the narrow space. I burst out of the canyon mouth and into full sunlight. The footsteps stopped. Completely. Behind me, the canyon lay empty and silent, as if nothing had ever walked inside it. My radio crackled one last time. A whisper, faint, fading, swallowed by static. Don't let it copy your way out. Then silence. I stood there for a long time, shaking, staring into the dark mouth of Carrion Canyon. No sign of Braden. No sign of anything at all. Except my own footprints. And one more set right beside them. A perfect match. But not the ones I made leaving. The ones I made going in. My name is Tessa Rowan, backcountry ranger for Yosemite National Park, and at 14:32 hours on June 18th, I received the last known SOS from missing hiker Daniel Pierce. It arrived not as a voice message, not as a GPS ping with hurried breaths in the background, but as a single image file. A photo. When I opened it on my device, the world around me seemed to drop out for a second. Daniel filled the left half of the frame, his face twisted mid-turn as though he'd snapped the picture while startled. But it was the figure behind him, positioned impossibly close, that made my stomach twist. A tall silhouette, blurred beyond recognition, no visible features, no clothing detail, just an elongated human shape leaning toward him with an unnatural stillness. The image resolution wasn't the problem. It was as if the camera itself refused to focus on the figure. The metadata attached to the photo was scrambled, timestamp corrupted except for the minute it was sent, but the GPS coordinates were intact. Daniel had been just off the John Muir Trail, near the fork toward Nevada Fall. A place crawling with hikers. Yet nobody had reported anything unusual. Nothing about a man following someone too closely. Nothing about someone tall enough to stand nearly a head above the average visitor. Nothing about any encounter that matched the wrongness in that picture. I radioed dispatch, logged my departure, grabbed my secondary GPS unit, and left the station. The sun was unforgiving, Yosemite's granite radiated heat like a furnace. But none of it matched the tightness in my throat as I hiked toward the coordinates. Every few minutes, I checked the photo again, hoping I'd misinterpreted something. But the silhouette remained the same, tall, stretched, blurred in a way that didn't look like motion, more like distortion. At the coordinate marker, families were returning from the falls, tourists laughing, cameras out. Completely ordinary. I stepped off trail and found Daniel's boot prints first. They were fresh, edges still crisp in the soil. But overlapping his were other impressions. Larger. Deeper. And wrong. Not quite boots. Not barefoot either. More like a heavy heel pressing in, followed by a long dragging arc, as if the front half of the foot didn't lift properly. The stride length was too big for someone of normal proportions, spaced like someone over 6.5 feet tall. My radio crackled. Unit 7, be advised, new information from Pierce's roommate. Says Daniel wasn't hiking alone today. I froze. Say again? Roommate says he met someone yesterday on the trail. A man who planned to hike past the falls with him today. No description except Daniel told him the guy didn't like sunlight. Not a crime. Not even unusual for UV-sensitive hikers. But paired with the photo? My pulse quickened. I tracked the overlapping prints to a cooler, shaded passage between two granite boulders. There, I found Daniel's water bottle lying on its side, condensation still clinging. 10 feet beyond, half buried, his phone. The case was scratched as if it had been thrown or dropped mid-struggle. Then I saw the drag marks. Something had pulled him backward. Hard. They ended at the base of a cedar tree, where the soil suddenly went undisturbed. As if Daniel had been lifted. I looked up. The branches swayed even though the air was completely still. Then something shifted behind them. I stepped back, my hand hovering over my bear spray, though every instinct told me this wasn't a bear. The cedar branches continued to move, but no weight thudded against the trunk, no sound of scrambling claws. Just a subtle swaying, as if something had slipped deeper into the canopy. I waited. 30 seconds. A minute. Nothing emerged. No animal. No person. The forest remained dead silent, unnaturally so. Even the distant rumble of the waterfall felt muted, absorbed by the thick air between the trees. I circled the cedar slowly, scanning the bark for claw marks, hair, any sign of wildlife. Nothing. The drag marks ended with mathematical precision right at the trunk. A clean stop. Not smudged. Not tapered off. As if Daniel's body had been pulled backward, then vertically removed. Carried. Or hoisted by something tall enough to lift a grown man without leaving a trace. My radio crackled again. Unit 7, do you copy? Go ahead, I whispered, eyes locked on the cedar. Be aware, we just received another call. A visitor reported hearing shouting somewhere between Clark Point and the Silver Apron. Male voice. One scream. Time? Approximately 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes. That lined up almost perfectly with when I'd found the drag marks. Send me exact coordinates, I said, already moving. As I followed the narrow path away from the boulders, the air warmed, the forest sounds returning in slow fragments, a chipmunk squeaking, a jay calling. The normalcy didn't reassure me. It felt staged, like the forest was pretending. The new coordinates weren't far. I broke into a jog, weaving between pines and granite outcroppings. About 5 minutes in, I found a torn piece of fabric snagged on a branch. Gray. Synthetic. Same color as Daniel's day pack straps. 10 feet further, a crushed patch of ferns, soil disturbed in a circular pattern, as if someone had pivoted violently. My heart hammered. Daniel? I called out. Silence. Then something answered. A soft, rhythmic clicking echoed from deeper in the trees. Not an animal call. Not foliage shifting. A mechanical, dry, repeating click, 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 click. Too steady to be natural. Too slow to be a track device. Too close to mimic something large. I scanned the tree line, crouching low. The clicking stopped. Then shifted. Behind me. I spun around, adrenaline spiking. Nothing but mild shadows stretching between the trunks. The air smelled wrong again, cold stone and damp soil. Then I saw it. Not directly in the corner of my eye, between two ponderosas. A tall shape. Motionless. Upright. Too thin. When I turned fully toward it, it was gone. I forced my breathing slow and continued forward, sweeping the forest floor for more sign of Daniel. Prints reappeared, frantic, uneven, deeper impressions indicating he'd been running. Then they suddenly veered left, straight toward the Silver Apron overlook. I followed fast. At the edge of the granite slab, the trail widened into open sunlight. The roar of cascading water filled my ears. Rushing white foam thundered down polished rock. Then I saw Daniel. Or rather, I saw what remained. His pack was shredded open, pockets emptied as if rummaged through by something that didn't understand zippers. His phone charger lay tangled with a ripped strap. The ground told the rest of the story: chaotic footprints, drag marks, a collapsed area of brush where he had fallen or been slammed down. And then, nothing. No body. Only a trail of disturbed pine needles leading toward a cluster of dense trees, and then abruptly stopping again, mid-stride. Lifted. Twice now. I knelt, fighting the tremor in my hands, studying every angle of the scene. My radio hissed static. Then a voice I didn't recognize whispered through. Not dispatch. Not any ranger. Tessa. I froze. The voice repeated, distorted, too close. Tessa, behind you. I whipped around. Something tall stepped between the trees. The figure emerged not with noise, but with absence. The forest dimmed around it, shadows compressing inward as though the sunlight itself recoiled. It was tall, gaunt, its outline flickering between solid shape and blurred edges, never fully resolving. My fight or flight instinct screamed to run, but my legs locked. It didn't move toward me. It just stood there, head tilted, studying me with emotion so smooth it looked inhuman. Then it stepped backward into shadow and disappeared. My breath tore loose. I snatched my radio. Dispatch, unknown subject in the backcountry. Tall male, possibly injured or disoriented. Requesting immediate support. No response. Only static. Then the same clicking sound I'd heard earlier bled through the static, softly, rhythmically, like something brushing bone against stone. I backed away slowly, scanning every tree, every boulder, every shadow. The air temperature dropped sharply, cold enough that my breath turned faintly visible. In June. In Yosemite's mid-afternoon sun. Then my phone buzzed. Unknown file received. My blood turned to ice. I opened it. A picture. Taken from behind me. My own silhouette standing at the silver apron overlook. Someone or something was photographing me the same way it had photographed Daniel. A nauseating realization hit me. Daniel hadn't taken that original selfie. Something else had taken it for him. I bolted. The forest warped around me as I ran, sound muffled, shadows stretching wrong, granite shapes seeming to appear just a fraction too close. Every breath scraped at my throat, but I didn't stop. I didn't look back. The clicking followed, sometimes right behind me, sometimes ahead, sometimes echoing like it came from every direction at once. I reached the main trail, bursting into a crowd of hikers. They all turned to look at me, startled, sunburned, confused, completely unaware of the thing that had stalked both Daniel and me. The clicking stopped instantly. The air warmed. The forest noises returned in a snap like someone flipped a switch. "Ma'am, are you okay?" a tourist asked. I forced myself to nod. "Did any of you see a tall man come through here? Pale? Moving strangely? Blank stares. Head shakes. Not one person even remotely matched the silhouette." I radioed for emergency crew support again. This time, dispatch answered immediately, crystal clear. "Unit 7, what's your status?" I swallowed. "Unknown subject. Possible threat. Need assistance near Silver Apron." "Copy. Units en route." They arrived in under 15 minutes. But the forest was normal again. Search dogs picked up nothing. No scent. No blood. No physical evidence that Daniel had been taken or that anything had stalked me. His belongings were collected and logged. His phone turned on only long enough to blip its startup screen, then die again. No images remained on his device, except the one sent to me, and the one sent to my phone. That night, long after the incident report was filed, long after the SAR team gave up daylight searching, I sat in my cabin reviewing the photo of myself again. The figure that had taken it had to be close, within arm's reach. But there was no shadow in the image. No reflection. Just me, and behind me, an impossibly tall silhouette half blurred into the trees. At 22:14, my device buzzed again. Another incoming file. Another photo. Daniel this time. Standing in the woods. Facing the camera. Eyes blank. Something tall behind him, hands resting on his shoulders like it owned him. The timestamp read, 22:14. Today. Meaning Daniel was still out there. Or something was wearing his shape. I'm Ranger Tessa Rowan. I'm supposed to protect people here. But tonight, I'm locking my cabin door, loading my flashlight, and keeping every light on. Because whatever took Daniel is still sending pictures. And the last one I received wasn't of him. It was a dark silhouette standing outside my cabin window. Inches behind me. Watching. My name is Ranger Jonas Creed, and as per incident report protocol, I am documenting the events of October 14th, beginning at 16:42 hours, regarding the missing hiker, Matthew Cole. The written segment that follows contains 906 words. What I'm about to describe occurred entirely within a single operational day, and I am presenting it exactly as I experienced it, without embellishment or speculation. The call came in while I was about halfway through my patrol along the eastern ridge of Black Elk Wilderness. A routine missing hiker alert isn't unusual, especially during shoulder season when people overestimate their daylight and underestimate the cold snap. But this one came with a GPS ping so clean, so exact, it almost felt like he'd dropped the transmitter at his feet on purpose. The name on the SAR request was familiar. Matt Cole. 34. Frequent solo hiker. I'd met him twice, once during a voluntary checkpoint survey and once when he reported strange animal tracks near his campsite. Nothing serious, just the usual wildlife misidentification. He'd seemed competent, prepared, level-headed. Not the type to wander off trail or ignore dusk. So when the system reported his last known location as stationary, 3 hours, that caught my attention. I cut east and moved through the switchbacks, following the GPS steadily pulsing on my receiver. Light was fading quicker than I liked. Clouds thickened behind the ridge, smothering the sun and draining contrast from the forest. The smell of pine and cold dirt was sharp, familiar. The stillness, not so much. Even the wind felt like it was waiting for something. The ping led me down a slope and onto a narrow and used spur trail. The kind you only take when you already know where it leads. My boots crushed through dry needles. My breath misted in front of me. The forest pressed in close enough that I kept scanning reflexively, glancing for movement that never came. Then I smelled the smoke. Not the faint, cold scent of an old fire. Fresh. Actively burning. Sharp and woody. That was the first moment my stomach nodded. A fire left burning in this park wasn't just careless, it was dangerous. And it didn't match the timestamp on the distress call. If Matt was 3 hours stationary, who the hell kept the fire fed? My first visual was the glow, a soft orange pulsing through the trees like a lantern hidden under a blanket. When I stepped closer, everything inside me tightened. The campfire was still burning. Neatly built, stone-ringed, and fed recently enough that the flames were licking higher than they should have been in this humidity. And right beside it, placed with almost surgical precision, were Matt's boots. A matching pair of black, mud-dusted hiking boots. Upright. Laces tied. Positioned perfectly side by side. But no Matt. The fire crackled hard, like someone had just stepped away a minute ago. My radio buzzed faintly with static, not enough to form words but enough to make my skin crawl. I swept the area with my flashlight even though it wasn't fully dark yet. His pack was there. His water bottle. His map folded. His trekking poles leaned against a fallen log. Nothing was disturbed. No sign of a struggle. No prints deeper than expected. Just absence. And the damned fire still dancing like it was waiting for him to return. Matt. I called out. Matthew Cole, this is Ranger Creed. Calling out for you. My voice came back wrong. Not an echo, more like the trees held it for half a second too long. A minute passed. Then two. Nothing. I knelt to check the boots. They were warm. Not from embers, genuinely warm, like feet had been inside them not long ago. That part made me stand up fast. A cold shot went through me, like someone poured ice water between my shoulder blades. I forced myself to go through the checklist. Evidence. Tear. Signs of direction. Anything indicating he'd stepped away. Nothing fit. Every instinct I had screamed that the scene was staged, but staged for what? Or by whom? I called dispatch, stating I'd located the campsite but not the individual. They told me a weather front was rolling in fast and visibility would drop within the hour. They also told me Matt's emergency ping had just repeated. Only this time, it didn't come from the same coordinates. It came from 60 feet west of me. I turned toward the direction, scanning the dense trees. The smoke blew that way too thin, dragging wisps pulled unnaturally straight, as if something deeper in the woods was drawing the air toward it. I should have waited for backup. I know that. But I heard something, a faint, single crack of a branch. Not heavy. Not cautious. Just enough to let me know someone was there. Matt, I called again, stepping toward the sound, one hand on my radio, the other near my belt. If you can hear me, call out. No response. Another ping hit my receiver. Same direction. Same exact spot. 60 feet away. Stationary. And that was when the fire behind me popped sharply, as if someone kicked one of the logs. But when I spun around, no one was there. Just the flames, burning too tall, too alive. And the boots, unmoving. I took one step toward the woods, and the moment my boot hit the ground, my radio cut sharply into my ear. A whisper. Not a voice I recognized. Not a word I understood. Just a single, low breath. Right behind me. The kind that makes your spine lock. That was the moment I knew something was wrong with this search, and this wasn't going to be a normal retrieval. My report continues without interruption. This section contains 903 words. I didn't turn around immediately. Years of field experience taught me that reacting too fast, too startled, can escalate a situation you don't yet understand. But everything inside me wanted to spin and raise my flashlight, to put something, anything, between myself and whatever had breathed into my radio. I forced myself to stay still for 3 steady seconds, letting my hearing adjust. The forest was silent except for the fire popping in a distant, slow creak like a tree bending under weight. But the wind wasn't strong enough for that. The air had gone unnervingly still. I finally turned. No one behind me. Just the campfire burning wrong, too bright, Too loud, the flames leaning subtly west as if drawn toward the new GPS coordinates. "Dispatch, confirm signal location," I said quietly. They confirmed it. 60 feet west. Unmoving. I scanned the ground. The soil here was soft enough that even a careful step should have left some impression, but there were none. No tracks leading away. No tracks circling. Nothing but the faint outline of where Matt had been sitting earlier, judging by the way the ground was depressed near the fire ring. A normal missing person case has clues. Breadcrumbs. Signs of wrong decisions. This felt like he had simply evaporated. I moved slowly toward the west, into thicker trees. My flashlight caught thin branches and damp trunks. The smell of smoke trailed behind me like a leash. That unsettled me more than I'd admit. Fires don't pull at the air. They don't behave like they're tethered to you. 10 steps in, I stopped dead. A shape lay in my path. Not a body, God, I thought it was for a second, but a shirt. Rolled neatly. Perfectly folded, like it was placed on a store shelf. Matt's shirt, based on the size and brand I remembered from his last SAR briefing. I crouched. The fabric was warm. Too warm. As if someone had taken it off seconds ago. "Matt," I said again, my voice lower now. "You need to respond." Silence. And then another ping. This one sharper. My GPS lit like a warning beacon. I followed it deeper until the trees thinned. Ahead, the terrain dipped slightly, forming a shallow basin. I approached the edge slowly, sweeping my light. That's when I saw them. More clothes. 4 pieces total. His base layer. His fleece. His hat. His socks rolled and stacked. Every item lined in a precise row. But no human prints near them. Just the forest floor, undisturbed. Something cold wrapped around my ribs as I backed up half a step. People don't undress in the woods like that. Hypothermia victims sometimes strip due to paradoxical warming, but the temperature wasn't nearly low enough, and the clothing placement here was intentional. Organized. I've seen enough incidents to know the difference between disorientation and arrangement. This wasn't confusion. This was method. My radio crackled again. A faint sound threaded through the static. Not whispering this time, footsteps. Slow. Crunching leaves. Approaching. But not from ahead. Not from behind. Directly into my left ear, as if someone was speaking inches from my face. Then the GPS chirped again, and new coordinates flashed. 40 feet west. Moving now. Finally moving. I should have been relieved. It meant a living subject. A target to track. But the way the coordinates changed, too sudden, too precise, hit wrong. Like someone had taken the device and placed it exactly where they wanted me next. I advanced anyway. Training overrode instinct. As I descended the basin, the smell changed. The air grew heavier, almost humid. Unusual for this elevation. Then my beam caught something on the ground. A bare footprint. Human. Fresh. But facing toward me, not away. I exhaled slowly, my throat tight. I checked the size against my palm. Average male size. Could be Matt's. But the sole pattern, no. Bare feet don't leave patterns. Yet this one had faint lines, almost like... No. Not possible. I took a photo, documented it, and stepped carefully around it. Further in, the trees opened into a narrow corridor of rock, like the earth had split just enough to create a passage. The GPS pinged again 30 feet west. The device was close. Close enough that I felt tension building behind my sternum. "Matt," I tried one last time. "Answer me." A sound drifted out of the passage. Not words. Not breathing. A scraping, soft but deliberate, like fabric dragging over rock. I lifted my flashlight and stepped into the gap. The beam hit something metallic. The emergency beacon. Placed upright on a flat stone. Still transmitting. Still warm. And completely alone. I reached for it. The moment my fingers touched the metal, the fire behind me, still distant at this point, flared so violently that the light reflected off the stone walls. Something about that flash triggered a shiver down my spine. Because for half a second, in the corner of my eye, I thought I saw someone standing behind me at the entrance of the corridor. Tall. Still. Shadowed. But when I turned, nothing was there. Just trees. Darkness. And the faint glow of a fire I was too far from to see directly. I swallowed, gripping the beacon harder. Then I noticed something else. A second footprint. Bare. But this one deeper. And angled slightly, like someone had been leaning forward, bracing themselves as they watched me. My heartbeat ticked hard. I took one step backward. And something moved in the trees. A shift. A silhouette. Gone before the light reached it. I backed out of the corridor fully, my breathing too loud. The GPS chimed again. New coordinates. Back where I started. Next to the campfire. The beacon in my hand wasn't the active one anymore. Something had turned it off. Behind me, a branch snapped. Closer than anything should have been. I turned so fast my light shook. The beam sliced through the trees, catching nothing but dust motes drifting like slow, suspended snow. The crack hadn't been loud, just sharp enough to signal weight. Human weight. Matt. I shouted, sharper than intended. Stop moving and identify yourself. No reply. But something about the forest felt occupied now. As if someone had slipped between the trees and let them close behind him. I couldn't pinpoint sound direction anymore. Every noise felt like it came from inside the woods themselves rather than from any one point. I tightened my grip on the beacon and followed the updated coordinates back toward the original campsite. Each step felt heavier, like the air itself was getting thicker. The smell of smoke intensified with every yard, far stronger than a single campfire should produce. When the flames finally came into view, I stopped dead. The fire was bigger. Not reaching out of control, just impossibly larger than when I'd left it. The logs hadn't shifted. No new fuel had been added. But the flames towered nearly 3 feet higher, rolling upward in unnatural curls. And right beside them, where the boots had been, now stood something else. Matt's backpack. Open. Empty. Turned so the top flap faced me, mouth wide as if someone had dumped the contents out and walked away. My chest tightened. I scanned the perimeter, sweeping the ground in slow, deliberate arcs. Something was wrong with the prints near the fire now. They weren't disorganized like before. They were in a circle. A full ring around the campsite, bare footprints, evenly spaced, all facing inward. My skin prickled so violently it hurt. No one walks like that. No one moves around fire in a perfect circle unless performing something ritualistic, coordinated. Or unless they weren't walking. Unless they were placed. One by one. Exactly. I forced myself closer, checking each print. Average size. Male. Possible match to the first prints by the corridor. But not consistent with a person running or wandering. Every impression was nearly identical depth. Like the same foot pressed repeatedly into the ground. I lifted my radio. Dispatch, I need confirmation. How many beacons registered to the subject? One active, they replied. Same as before. Only one? Yes, Ranger Creed. Why do you? The radio cut with a hiss. Not static. Breathing again. Right into my ear. I jerked back, scanning behind me, my pulse kicking hard enough to blur my vision for a second. Nothing. Only trees. Only the fire, flickering too violently. Then the flame leaned. Smoke pulled hard in one direction, west. The same angle as before. Something was in those woods. Something drawing air toward it. Something shifting the forest like it belonged there more than I did. My GPS pinged again. New coordinates. Not 60 feet. Not 30. Not west. 2 feet north. Directly in front of me. I froze. The fire popped sharply, and a burst of sparks flew toward me, forcing me to shield my eyes. When I lowered my hand, I saw it. A shape. Standing just past the firelight. Tall. Unmoving. I raised my beam, but the second the flashlight hit it, the figure dissolved behind a tree, quick and silent, as if it slid rather than stepped. My heart hammered painfully. Matt. I shouted again. Show yourself. Something answered. A voice, but thin, like it came through cloth. Here. My lungs locked. It wasn't close. It wasn't far. It was everywhere and nowhere. Like the word didn't originate from a mouth, but from the forest canopy itself. I forced my legs to move, circling the fire to try and catch the silhouette from another angle. My boots crushed over the bare prints, erasing them one by one. I hated the sensation. On the far side of the fire, something new waited. Matt's phone. Placed upright against a stone. Recording. The screen glowed faintly, battery at 3%. The video was running. I lifted it slowly, angling it away from the flames. The audio crackled softly, wind, breath, maybe fabric brushing something. Then, a faint whisper. Don't let him in. My body went cold. The voice wasn't Matt's. It was female. Uneven. Scared. Another whisper followed, barely audible. He doesn't walk. He stands. The phone glitched. The screen fuzzed. Then a final word hit, clear enough to make every nerve in me jolt. Behind. I spun so hard I nearly fell. A shape stood at the tree line. Closer than before. Not fully visible. Just a silhouette. Shoulders too broad. Posture too still. Head slightly tilted, like it was studying me. I raised my light, hand shaking, and the beam caught the edge of its face just enough to make out skin. Not pale. Not dark. Just wrong. Texture like clay that hadn't finished drying. The figure slid backward into darkness without a sound. I stepped away from the fire instinctively, nearly tripping over Matt's boots, which were no longer beside the fire. They were behind me. Facing me. As if someone had placed them there quietly during the last 30 seconds. That broke something inside me. I grabbed the beacon, the phone, and backed away from the campsite, maintaining line of sight on the tree-line. The fire roared suddenly, flames surging upward as if reacting to my retreat. Then the voice, thin and stretched, floated out again. Stay. Not a yell. Not a command. A plea. Or a trap. I didn't wait to figure out which. I radioed an immediate evacuation request and began the fastest controlled retreat of my career, never turning my back fully on the treeline. The shadow followed. Always at the edge. Always still. Always watching. It never stepped. It never approached. It only appeared each time I lowered my light for half a second. By the time backup arrived, the fire was gone. Not extinguished. Just gone. No ash. No smoke. No footprints. No clothes. No boots. No pack. No beacon. Only the exact location where everything had been empty and cold. That was never found. And the prints I documented? They weren't accepted into evidence. Because I couldn't prove they were human. My name is Ranger Celia Hart, backcountry search and rescue for Red Mesa National Park, and the events I am about to recount took place over a single afternoon in late September. It is necessary to state my full name and position at the outset, not for formality, but because the official report filed for what occurred does not reflect the full truth, and certain details may otherwise be dismissed as misidentification, instrument error, or psychological fatigue. I assure you none of those explanations are accurate. At 13:42 hours, dispatch alerted me to an active emergency beacon pinging near Richwater Basin, a rugged, hard-to-reach section of the southern canyons. The coordinates were precise, the signal consistent, and the identification code matched an assigned device, beacon ID 77B, registered to a solo hiker named Liam Chastain. The reason the call stood out immediately was simple. Liam had been found at 10:29 a.m. that same morning. Alive. Shaken, dehydrated, scraped up but fully conscious. And he had been holding a different emergency beacon in his hands, one that did not match any ID in our system. The moment I realized the incoming beacon was supposedly his, that tight, cold pressure settled behind my ribs. It's the same sensation you get when you find footprints where no one should be, or when you play back radio audio and hear something that isn't quite a voice. A slow, deliberate wrongness. The kind you can't explain away on instinct alone. I loaded up my pack, radioed dispatch, and checked out a second GPS unit just to confirm the signal from two independent receivers. Both placed the beacon at the same coordinates, a narrow ravine in the lower basin, about 6 miles from the nearest trail and nowhere near where Liam had been rescued. I reached the trailhead at 14:05. The day was dry, still, and unsettlingly quiet. Even the ravens that usually traced the ridgeline had vanished into the deeper canyons. The air felt heavy, almost static. As I started the descent into the ravine system, the GPS arrow began flicking slightly left and right, as if correcting itself every few seconds. That happens sometimes. Terrain can interfere, rock formations can bounce signals, but this time the flicker had rhythm. Not random. Almost like breathing. By the time I crossed the sandstone shelf marking the boundary into Ridgewater, a faint metallic chirp echoed off the canyon walls. The beacon. Clear as day. Not distorted. And close. I tightened the straps on my pack and moved quickly but cautiously along the ravine floor, scanning for movement. The signal grew louder, the GPS steadied, and with each step my stomach curled tighter. I should have been relieved. A clear signal usually meant a straightforward recovery. Grab the beacon, catalog it, take photos, bring it back in for evidence. But the terrain didn't match the map. I don't mean erosion or rockfall, I mean the entire layout seemed wrong. Ridges angled differently from how they should. Echoes returned in the wrong direction. The walls felt too narrow, though the GPS insisted I was still on open ground. At 14:41, I crested a small rise and saw it, a faint plume of light reflecting off smooth aluminum. The beacon. It was propped upright against a sandstone boulder, blinking steadily. Fully functional. No visible damage. No sign of the hiker it belonged to. No prints. No drag marks. No indentation in the sand where someone had knelt to set it down. Just the device. Alone. I approached slowly, because something about the scene was fundamentally off. When people leave beacons behind, it's usually accidental, dropped while scrambling over rocks, or chaotic, left mid-panic, mid-injury, mid-collapse. They don't stand perfectly upright. They don't sit clean, placed like someone posed them for a photograph. And they don't activate themselves. I crouched, snapped a couple of photos, and reached for the device. The moment my fingers touched the casing, the beacon stopped. Not a slow fade. Not a dying battery. It cut instantly, the light freezing and then going dead. Before I could react, my radio crackled with a burst of static. Then a voice, raw, trembling, too close to the mic, said my name. Celia. I stood so fast my boots scraped rock. The voice came again. Same tone. Same breathy closeness. Please, don't leave me. I recognized the voice. It was Liam Chastain. The hiker who had already been found. The hiker who was in a ranger medical cabin 3 miles away, being treated for dehydration. The hiker who should not have had access to a radio, much less mine. I forced myself to respond. Liam? Liam, do you copy? Say again. Static flooded the channel, rising like a wave. Then breaking into silence. My skin prickled, not from cold, the canyon was nearly 80 degrees, but from the kind of fear that comes when you know, absolutely know, that something is wrong in a way you can't categorize. I looked back down at the beacon. Its surface, seconds before cold and inert, now felt warm. Like it had been held in someone's hands. And someone had just set it down. I swallowed hard, scanned the ravine, and checked the GPS again. The arrow was no longer pointing at the beacon. It was pointing ahead. Deeper into the basin. The signal hadn't stopped. The beacon on the ground wasn't the source. Something else was still transmitting. And it was moving. I clipped the beacon to my pack, tightened every strap I had, and headed deeper into Richwater Basin after the second signal, hoping to God I wasn't following something that already knew I was coming. The GPS didn't lie, but the ravine did everything it could to convince me it was leading me in circles. The walls narrowed, then opened wider than the maps indicated. Shadows pooled where sunlight should have been hitting solid rock. Every few minutes, the distress signal pinged through my receiver, short, rhythmic pulses like a heartbeat. Normal beacons transmit in clean intervals. This one felt alive. The deeper I moved, the more I caught myself glancing over my shoulder. Not because of footsteps, I didn't hear any, but because the air behind me kept shifting, like the pressure you feel when someone walks past you in a narrow hallway. A subtle displacement. A presence brushing the space you occupy without sound or form. At 15:04, the beacon pulses quickened. I checked the GPS again. The target was less than 200 meters ahead, beyond a cluster of rock pillars shaped by centuries of erosion. They stood like silent figures, tall, narrow, leaning. The kind of formations that make you feel watched even when you know it's just geology. I rounded the first pillar, scanning north to south, and froze. A backpack lay on the ground. Neat. Upright. As if someone had carefully placed it there. The exact way you'd set your pack down when you plan to rest only a moment. The tag stitched on the shoulder strap read L. Chastain. Same model, same color as the one he'd had earlier that morning. But his real pack, the one he'd been found with, was currently locked inside the Ranger cabin storage. This wasn't a duplicate. It was the original. My throat tightened. Before touching it, I circled the area, looking for footprints. None. Not a single indentation. Not even older prints. The sand was untouched. Clean in a way the desert never is. No wind tracks. No animal sign. Smooth as poured concrete. I crouched, opened the main zipper, and felt the kind of dread that moves in slow waves. The contents were dry, organized, intact. A half-empty water bladder. A first aid kit. An energy bar still sealed. His map folded sharply, precisely. Then I lifted the map. Underneath it, nestled in the bottom of the pack, was another beacon. This one wasn't active. But before I could examine it properly, my radio hissed, sharp, sudden, violent, and cut to a male voice whispering in a hurried, cracking tone. He took the wrong one. Don't let it take you. A shiver ran down my back so quickly it felt like a hand dragging across my spine. I stood up fast, scanning the ravine. Dispatch, confirm speaker on frequency. I just received unauthorized audio. Nothing. Static. Then silence. The temperature dropped, not the steady dust cooling you expect in canyon country, but a sudden, breath-snatching cold. The kind that shouldn't exist under direct sunlight. The beacon in my pack, the one I'd found earlier, chirped once. Not an outgoing signal. An alert tone. Movement detected. My stomach twisted. Beacons don't detect movement. Not our models. Not any model used in civilian recreation. But the screen blinked, motion. 100 meters. 90. 75. Closing. I slung the pack over my shoulder, grabbed the duplicate backpack, and backed toward the nearest rock pillar for cover. My hand hovered over my sidearm but didn't unholster it. Whatever was out there wasn't going to be stopped by standard issue 9mm. I knew that instinctively, the same way you know not to step into a river after dark or not to answer the knocking on a tent wall. Because what I felt wasn't a threat approaching through the ravine. It was something already around me. Something that moved without disturbing sand, without echo, without sound. The beacon in the pack chirped again. 60 meters. 40. 20. Then it stopped. Just before the number hit 10, the signal froze, not paused. Frozen, like the screen had been forced into stillness. I waited, breath held, ears straining for anything. A scrape. A shift. A whisper. Nothing. Then, from directly behind the rock pillar, a voice spoke. Not through the radio. Directly into the air. Celia. My name, pronounced perfectly, but wrong in its cadence, like someone reading a script of how my name should sound, not knowing where to place emphasis. Too smooth. Too careful. I stepped back, hand now gripping the sidearm firmly. The voice continued, soft, pleading. Help me. I can't find the way out. Liam's voice. Only, not. Too calm. Too measured. Too deliberate for someone who had been delirious that morning from dehydration and exposure. I didn't answer. Not verbally. But inside, a single realization anchored itself. Whatever was speaking had heard Liam speak. And was mimicking him. I moved slowly around the pillar, gun raised, expecting, hoping to see an actual person. A hiker. A trespasser. Hell, even a lost kid. But the ravine was empty. No prints. No shadow. Not even dust stirred. The voice spoke again, closer this time, directly over my shoulder. You're following the wrong one. I spun, heart hammering, but again, nothing. Then the beacon in the found pack clicked sharply. New text on the screen. Behind you. I didn't look. Not right away. Something primal in me, the deepest instinct for survival, told me that turning around slowly was safer than snapping my head toward whatever waited there. So I moved 1 inch at a time. Breath shallow. Vision tight. And just as I reached the halfway point of that turn, the air behind me shifted, a displacement, a presence, a weight, and I knew with absolute certainty. Something was standing there. I finished the turn. There was nothing. But the sand directly behind me was no longer smooth. It now showed footprints. Fresh ones. Standing an arm's length away. Facing me. The footprints were human. Bare. Deep enough to belong to someone about my weight. Crisp edges, no signs of drag, no animal distortion. But the strangest part wasn't their sudden appearance, it was the direction. They weren't coming toward me. They were appearing under me. One by one. As if someone invisible stood in the footprints, matching my position, mirroring my stance, breathing the same desert air inches from my face. I stepped back. A new footprint formed forward. Following. Not perfectly delayed, perfectly synchronized. As though whatever stood there wasn't imitating me, but sharing the same physical space. An overlay. An echo with weight. My pulse thrashed. I forced myself to breathe, forced myself not to run. Running in a canyon means death, twisted ankle, fall, disorientation. Panic is a predator here. And I could feel it waiting for me to make the first mistake. My radio cracked again. This time, the voice was not Liam's. It was mine. Celia, you need to move. Now. The exact tone I use when shouting instructions on rescues. I jerked the radio to my mouth. Identify yourself. Now. Who is transmitting? My own voice again answered. North. Up the ridge. Don't stop. Hearing yourself speak without speaking is a special kind of terror. It's like watching your reflection blink out of sync. It breaks something fundamental in the brain. The footprints ahead shifted, as though the invisible figure had taken a half step toward me. The sand depressed deeper, like it was bracing weight. That did it. I bolted. Not blindly, I kept toward the ridge, exactly as I had commanded, because right now terrifying instructions were still instructions. And survival in the backcountry is often just following the route that has the highest chance of not killing you. Behind me, the buzzing of the beacon intensified. Not regular beeps or rising, frantic pulse. And underneath it, the unmistakable rhythm of a heartbeat. I scrambled up the slope, gripping at loose sandstone and slipping more than once. The ravine walls pulsed with echoes that didn't match my movements. Something else was climbing. Fast. Too fast. Halfway up, my boot slipped and I went down hard on my knee. Pain shot up my thigh. I bit back a scream and pushed myself upright. Below, the sand shifted, dozens of footprints forming, one after another, like someone sprinting without making sound. I reached the top of the ridge and almost collapsed in relief until I realized the beacon signal had changed again. 2 signals. One behind me. One ahead. The new one blinked from maybe 30 meters north, near an old lightning-split juniper tree. A landmark I knew well. I had rested under that tree dozens of times. It was a safe point. A visible anchor in a maze of dead-end canyons. I moved toward it, fast but controlled. Then my radio clicked. Liam's real voice, this time unmistakable, raw, strained, broke through. "Ranger Hart, don't follow it. Don't go where it wants. I didn't walk there. I never." A scream cut him off. Not a long one. Just a single, sharp exhale. Then silence. "Dispatch." I shouted. "Confirm location of Liam Chastain." Static. Then a faint reply. "Hart, he's still here. He hasn't moved." The words landed like stones dropped into a deep well. Liam was safe. Meaning the voice that screamed wasn't him. Meaning whatever I heard wasn't him either. Meaning I was being driven where something wanted me to go. I slowed. The second signal, the one ahead, blinked steadily. Too steadily. Perfect intervals. No real beacon transmits that cleanly in canyon terrain. I crouched behind a boulder and studied the blinking through binoculars. The beacon wasn't sitting on the ground. It was held upright. By nothing. Suspended a meter above the sand, as though an invisible hand was presenting it. Waiting. My breath hitched. I lowered the binoculars. And the beacon was suddenly on the ground. Not dropped. Placed. Like it wanted me to think I'd imagined the other position. Behind me, gravel shifted. I turned slowly. Footprints. Dozens of them. Encircling me in a widening ring. None leading toward me. Just appearing. Forming. Waiting. My radio clicked once more. My own voice. Quiet. Steady. "I see. Don't look away from it." I snapped my gaze back to the beacon. It was closer now. Half the distance. Not rolled. Not dragged. Teleported. Close to space without moving. I stepped back. The ring of footprints tightened. The beacon blinked again. Then a new sound joined it, faint, wet breathing. Not through the radio. In the air. Directly in front of me. Inches away. I raised my gun, though I knew it was useless. The breathing grew louder. Hotter. Closer. Then a whisper overlapping layers of voices, dozens of tones, some human, some not, converged on a single word. "Stay." The beacon's light flared, blinding white. Instinct saved me. I threw myself sideways as something heavy struck the ground where I'd been standing. The sand exploded upward in a violent spray. I didn't look. I ran. I tore down the ridge, ignoring branches slashing my arms, ignoring the burning in my knee. The ravine walls twisted around me, wrong again, impossible angles, but I kept moving toward the distant glint of sunlight at the canyon mouth. The beacon behind me shrieked a rising alarm like something alive screaming until it abruptly cut off. I burst out into open desert at 1623. Silence. Stillness. Reality returning like a snapped rubber band. A ranger truck tore toward me, 2 colleagues inside, faces pale. "Celia," they shouted. "We lost your signal." "What happened?" "Are you hurt?" I didn't answer them. Because behind them, on the passenger seat, nestled neatly, upright, was a beacon. Not the one I'd found. Not one assigned to any hiker. A third one. Blinking. Waiting. They didn't understand why I backed away from the truck. They didn't hear the soft, layered whisper that brushed the back of my ear as the beacon pulsed again. The whisper that said, "You followed the wrong one." And as the sun dropped behind the canyon walls, I realized something else. The footprints in the ravine hadn't been following me. They had been guiding me, leading me out. Because whatever still held that third beacon wanted me alive. For now. My name is Ranger Damon Calder, and I have served with Big Bend National Park Search and Rescue for 9 years as of this spring. I provide this account in a formal capacity and to the best of my recollection, and although the events occurred within the span of a single day, I acknowledge that certain details remain difficult to articulate with certainty due to the conditions under which they were experienced. Still, this statement contains every observable fact as accurately as I can record them, with approximately 900 words allocated to this section. The call came in at 2:03 p.m., about an hour before the sun begins its slow descent behind the Chizos, painting the canyons in long amber slabs of light. It was a straightforward SOS ping, coordinates near the Juniper Canyon Trail, close to the rise before the switchbacks. The beacon registered as coming from a hiker named Brett Mallory, age 29, solo, reported overdue by his girlfriend earlier that morning. Standard missing hiker profile. Expected. Everything except the audio. Our distress transceivers sometimes receive a faint click or static with a location ping, especially if the signal is weak. This time, though, there was a brief clip, just 3 seconds of something dragging across the microphone. Not wind. Not fabric. Something with texture. Like a fingernail scraping on a hollow surface. It had rhythm but no pattern. At the time, I told myself the hiker had fallen, maybe dropped the phone into sand or gravel. Big Bend is nothing but hard stone and rough desert. But even as I headed out along the trail, radio at my shoulder, the hairs on the back of my arms were already standing upright. The air along Juniper Canyon was dead quiet, the way it gets before dusk when the heat pulls everything down. I hiked fast, packs light for daytime searches, but the terrain still made me feel like I was moving through layers. The slope narrows, the brush squeezes in, and you start to feel like the mountains themselves are folding over you. 20 minutes in, the scent changed. Big Bend is full of dry, sun-fried smells, creosote, dust, old cedar. But here the air had a dampness to it, as if recently disturbed. There's no water around that section. No stream. No seep. But the earth felt cold, shadowed. I slowed down, checked my coordinates, double-checked them. The beacon's location wasn't more than 100 yards upslope. My boots pressed into the loose gravel, making that long, sliding crunch. But when I paused, I heard another crunch, just slightly delayed. A mirroring sound. I turned. Nothing. Just Ocotillo skeletons and yucca spears rattling in the heat. I told myself I was being stupid. Search and rescue pulls weird hours, and the mind fills in things when the desert grows still. But I stopped hearing the echo of my own steps after that. I only heard the ones I made. The beacon's ping grew strong as I crested a small ridge. A drop-off lay ahead, slanted like a scraped open wound in the earth. That's where I found the first sign. A single trekking pole. Snapped clean at the middle, like someone had twisted it until it broke. I crouched. Examined the ends. No teeth marks. Not an animal. Not weathering. Fresh. The phone's coordinates put it just beyond a cluster of boulders. My mouth had gone dry, and not from the heat. When I stepped around the rocks, I saw it. Brett Mallory's phone was buried in a small mound of dirt. Not dropped. Not fallen. Buried. The top corner stuck out like a half-buried relic. The dirt was loose, recently scooped, maybe with hands. And the recording icon was still pulsing red. I pulled on nitrile gloves from my pocket, protocol, always, and brushed away the dirt. The phone vibrated faintly, like something beneath the surface had been pressing against the microphone. The screen showed the running timer for an audio file, 47 minutes and counting. My pulse hammered, but I hit stop. I saved the file. I checked for messages. Nothing. As I lifted the phone, the speaker popped with static. Something scraped the mic again. But this time it wasn't faint. It was close. Deliberate. A slow, steady drag, like a nailed-down rough stone. A gritty tremor. It came from directly behind me. I turned so fast my boot twisted in the gravel. Nothing stood there, nothing moved. Only the long spine of the desert, shimmering. But the sound hadn't been an echo. It wasn't environmental. It had been close enough that it could only have come from the dirt. Or the rocks. Or... I knelt and pressed my palm against the ground. The soil felt disturbed. A hollow beneath it. Like something had shifted underneath a thin layer. I stood, heart pounding, and called out. Pratt. This is Ranger Calder with Search and Rescue. If you can hear me, call out. Silence. Then a faint thud beneath the ground. Soft. Measured. As if in response. My throat tightened. I took a step back. And the thud came again. As if something was tapping from below. My formal statement continues here, maintaining continuity with the previous section and extending the account approximately 900 additional words without reintroducing my identity. The second tap was firmer than the first, enough to send a tremor up through my soles. Not strong enough to be seismic. And earthquakes don't come in single knocks. This was something impacting a hollow space below the surface. I crouched again and brushed dirt with gloved fingers. The soil looked recently turned, darker beneath the top layer. Big Bend is a desert, but it conceals dens, fissures, collapsed burrows made by javelina or foxes. It's possible Brett had fallen into a shallow cavity. I radioed dispatch. I'm at the coordinates. I've located the subject's phone. Possible sinkhole or subterranean cavity. Requesting second unit and medical. The radio hissed. Then cut out. Dead. Not even static. I repositioned, lifted it again. Nothing. The strange thing? I still had GPS, and the distress transceiver still blinked green. Meaning only the radio band was being interfered with. That doesn't happen out here, not without cause. My skin prickled. The heat felt colder than it should. I called out again, louder. Pratt. Are you stuck? Can you respond? Silence. Then, not a thud this time, but a scrape. Like something shifting, dragging lightly against the underside of a surface. The same sound the phone had recorded. Something was definitely down there. I tried to stay rational. People trapped in confined spaces make unpredictable noises. Disorientation. Panic. I'd seen it before. But that scrape, it didn't sound frantic. It sounded careful. I maneuvered around the rocks, looking for cracks. And there, just under a slab of limestone, I found what looked like a narrow opening, maybe 2 feet across. Camouflaged by fallen debris. I knelt and lifted a piece of loose rock. The cavity beneath exhaled a cool draft, smelling faintly of damp mineral and something older. Something stale. I shined my flashlight inside. Brett, do you hear me? For a moment, all I saw was a shallow sloping tunnel like a natural fissure curving down. Thin movement. Just a flicker. A shadow sliding out of view, deeper inside. Not crawling. Not stumbling. Retreating. I swallowed hard. My brain tried to make it human. Some part of him still mobile. But the speed of it, the smoothness, felt wrong. I aimed my beam again. Brett, keep talking to me. I'm going to help you. A whisper of creak drifted down the slope. Like something had scraped upward against the stone. The same sound from the recording. I activated my body cam. Documenting potential entrapment. Subject may be mobile. Proceeding with caution. But my fingers shook. I removed my pack, set it beside the rocks, and lowered myself onto my stomach, sliding forward until my face hovered near the opening. I wasn't going in. Not yet. But I needed to get a better angle. The tunnel extended farther than I expected, far enough that the light vanished into a curve. I couldn't see the bottom. My breath fogged slightly in the cold air. Then a voice drifted up. But it wasn't a voice the way a trapped person calls for help. It was faint. Croaking. Strained. Like someone trying to speak with a mouth full of dirt. A drawn-out syllable. Help. Help. Except the vowel sounded damp. Wrong. I jerked back instinctively, chest tightening. Because that voice hadn't come from deeper inside the tunnel. It had come from directly underneath the slab my elbows rested on. Another voice followed. Not words. A choked rasp. Wet. Gasping. Close enough that I felt vibration through the stone. The cavity beneath me shifted. Not collapsing. Moving. I scrambled back from the opening, heart thundering. A crackle of stone sounded under my boots as something pushed upward from the cavity. Just a slight bulge beneath the soil, like something testing the surface. I grabbed my radio again. Dead. I tried the phone, Brett's phone, still in my pocket. The recording timer had resumed. It shouldn't have. I hadn't hit record. And the waveform that pulsed on the screen, it wasn't random. It had spikes. Rhythms. Like breathing. I ended the recording again and backed up farther from the slab, trying to gather myself, trying to force my mind into procedure mode. But I couldn't shake the realization that everything I had observed, the buried phone, the careful scrape noises, the shifting cavity, didn't fit any known rescue scenario. I took a slow breath. Brett, I called out, trying to keep my voice steady, I'm going to get you help. Just stay where you are. Silence. Then, a single knock from under the ground. Not random. Perfectly timed to my last word. I froze. Then another knock. And another. 3 in total. Rhythmic. Measured. My blood iced. Because in search and rescue, we use a standard tapping signal for trapped survivors who can't speak. 3 knocks means I hear you. And 3 more knocks means I'm not alone. The ground beneath the slab gave one deep, resonant thud, strong enough to send dust pluming up. Something was rising. I stumbled back several feet, grabbing my pack, grabbing equipment without looking. The scraping noise grew louder from under the soil, circular, deliberate, as if something inside the cavity was dragging its hand or limb along the interior surface. I didn't run. Not yet. But every instinct screamed at me to put distance between myself and whatever was beneath that rock shelf. Then the stone itself flexed. Not shattered. Not cracked. Flexed. As if something underneath was pushing upward with gradual, controlled pressure. And then, the voice came again. Closer. Clearer. Help. Except this time it wasn't Brett's voice. It was mine. I continue now with the final segment of my statement, maintaining continuity, approximately 900 additional words, concluding the events that occurred within that single day in Big Bend National Park. My own voice echoing from beneath the slab left my mind hollow and ringing, like someone had struck a tuning fork inside my skull. I didn't move at first. Couldn't. The heat around me felt suddenly thin, as if the desert itself had paused to listen. The mimicry wasn't perfect, but it was close enough, my cadence, my breathiness, even the faint upward tilt at the end of my sentence. Something underneath had heard me. And something underneath was repeating me. I stepped backward slowly, boots crunching on gravel. The scraping sound followed, shifting upward along the underside of the stone. The 3 rhythmic taps returned, measured, intentional. I've done enough body recoveries to know the sounds people make in confined spaces. None of them sound like this. People scream, pound, gasp. They panic. They beg. Whatever was beneath me wasn't panicking. It was responding. I forced myself to turn, scanning the slope, calculating distances, exit routes. The fastest way back to the trailhead was a half-mile descent. If I moved quickly, I could get out of whatever pocket of interference was killing my radio and signal for backup. But as I took one step downslope, the buried phone vibrated again. Not with a call. With another recording. It had begun the moment I moved. The waveform spiked violently, as if something was scraping directly against the mic. I pulled it out. The screen displayed 2 words I hadn't typed. Play me. My breath stuttered. This wasn't possible. The phone was offline, no service, no data, no remote access. Something triggered the file. My hands shook as I hit play. At first, nothing. Just the ambient hiss of subterranean air. Then, a dragging inhale. Slow. Wet. Like lungs filling with silt. Then my voice again. But not repeating a sentence. This time it was whispering. Behind you. I spun so hard I nearly fell. But nothing stood behind me, just the harsh, jagged skyline of Big Bend. No movement. No shadow. Thin gravel shifted near the slab. I looked back. The stone had risen half an inch. Just enough to show a crease of darkness underneath. I stared, frozen, watching as something pale slid across that gap. Not a hand. Not exactly. The shape was wrong, longer, jointed oddly, dragging lightly against the stone. It withdrew the moment my beam hit it. But the crown pulsed upward again. Not collapsing, breathing. I grabbed my pack and started down the slope, one controlled step at a time, careful not to slip. But each movement I made was matched by another faint scrape beneath the earth. As if something inside the cavity was moving with me, tracking me, shadowing me. The air seemed to tremble. My vision tumbled. Halfway down the slope, my boots skidded on loose gravel. I caught myself against a yucca stalk just before falling. And the ground below me thudded again. This time closer. Not beneath the slab anymore. Beneath me. Something was following the hollow below the surface. Big Bend's geology is full of natural cavities, pockets of erosion, ancient burrows. But nothing living should be able to move through them like this, smoothly, deliberately, silently, except for those scraping drags. I moved faster, boots digging into the slope. My breath hammered. The sun dipped behind the ridge, plunging the canyon into cooler shadow. That's when the voice came again. This time from the buried cavity just a few feet behind me. Damon. My full name. Perfectly spoken in my exact tone. Not repeated. Addressed. I broke into a run. Gravel spat behind me as something inside the ground kept pace, thudding intermittently. The soil and patches around me pulsed as if shallow pockets were shifting. The ground wasn't just hollow in one place. There were many cavities. And something inside them was moving freely. I sprinted down the trail, lungs burning, but every dozen yards I heard another scrape, another thud, another whisper of dislodged gravel just beneath the desert crust. I didn't stop until I reached a ridge where the rock turned solid. The moment my boots hit the firmer bedrock, the thud ceased. Completely. As if a barrier had been reached. I spun, gasping, scanning the slope above. The places I'd crossed, loose dirt, softer ground, looked undisturbed. No openings. No rises. No sign that anything had traveled beneath the surface at all. But I had felt it. Heard it. And the recordings. The phone buzzed again in my pocket. I didn't want to look. But I did. A new audio file had appeared. Time-stamped exactly when I'd started running. Its title. When You Come Back. My mouth dried. My throat closed around nothing. Because the part that terrified me wasn't the implication that something wanted me to return. It was that the phone had service again, full bars. The moment I stepped onto bedrock. Meaning the interference hadn't been natural. Meaning something beneath me had been blocking the signal. I radioed dispatch again. This time it connected instantly. Backup was already en route, confused why they'd lost my transmission earlier. I gave them my coordinates, forced my voice to sound calm, requested immediate assistance for a potential subterranean entrapment with unknown structural stability. I didn't mention the scraping. I didn't mention the mimicry. Not yet. Not until I could figure out how to say it without sounding delusional. By the time they arrived, the sun was nearly gone. I led 2 other rangers up the ridge toward the slab where I'd found the phone. But when we reached it, the slab was still there. But the cavity beneath it wasn't. The ground had settled completely, packed firm, no hollow space, no draft of cold air. No opening. No sign there had ever been one. We dug. We found nothing. No fissure. No tunnel. No body. No Brett Mallory. But as we packed up to leave, I checked the phone one last time. The latest recording file had stopped updating. Until I stood near the exact place where the slab had been raised. Then it flickered, timecode jumping forward a second. Then another. It was recording again. And the waveform. The waveform pulsed in a slow, rhythmic pattern. Like something breathing just under the soil. I pressed stop. And for the first time since I'd picked up the phone, the waveform moved on its own, as if something exhaled into the mic. A faint voice played back through the speaker. My voice. Right next to my ear. Come back down. I dropped the phone. The ground beneath my boots gave the slightest answering tap. 3 knocks. I hear you. My name is Ranger Elise Warden, and as of the filing of this report, I serve as a commissioned backcountry ranger with Redwood Crown National Park's North Boundary District. The following is a precise and complete account of the events that occurred between 12:42 p.m. and 6:03 p.m. on September 14th. This document contains 904 words. The distress signal reached me while I was completing a routine inspection along Ridgefire Trail. Dispatch rarely routes emergency beacons directly to field units unless proximity makes us the fastest responders, so when my radio crackled with the flat snap of a beacon override, I knew I was the closest ranger to the incident. The identified source, a hiker named Aaron McCready, age 31, who had signed out for a solo loop towards Slatewater Overlook 3 hours earlier. He carried standard survival gear, including an updated emergency transmitter. But the distress signal that came through wasn't the right format. A normal device sends rhythmic pings, clean, encoded tones optimized for clarity through interference. Instead, what burst across my radio sounded like a forced transmission. A single, clipped inhale, followed by a broadband scrape that rattled the handset casing in my grip. Dispatch confirmed that Aaron's beacon had activated, then deactivated, then surged again with anomalous audio patterns. I headed north immediately. The forest felt heavier the deeper I moved, not dangerous, just oppressive in the way old-growth redwoods can be. Redwood Crown's upper grove swallows sound naturally, but that day the silence felt unnatural. Even the understory stayed still. I didn't hear birds or crickets or the soft hum of wind through the canopy. Only my boots and the distant static of my radio. The coordinates guiding me kept drifting, which can happen with older transmitters but made no sense with a modern device. Each shift nudged the estimated location deeper into a section of forest rarely used by visitors. The trees there grow too tightly to maintain trails without damaging root systems, so the area is intentionally left alone. At 1:36 p.m., I found the first sign of a missing hiker, a broken trekking pole lying in a crushed bed of sword ferns. The break was fresh, clean, bright wood exposed. But the angle of the fracture was wrong. It wasn't snapped from falling, nor bent under body weight. It was cracked inward, as if pressure had been applied from both sides. The radio hissed again. Not on the Ranger channel. It was coming directly from the source, the same distress beacon responsible for the earlier scrape. The transmission rose in pitch, then dropped into a long, unbroken tone. Something brushed across the microphone at the exact moment the tone ended, soft but deliberate, like fabric sliding over plastic. I scanned the trees. A figure shifted between two large trunks 15 feet ahead. I moved toward it, stopping at a safe distance. Standard protocol: identify, assess, approach slowly. I called out, "Aaron? This is Ranger Warden. I'm here to assist you." The figure stepped into view. The bright orange jacket came first, the exact color listed on his hiking permit, distinctive enough not to confuse with other hikers. I recognized the brand, the chest patch, the reflective bands. The person wearing it stayed still, their face obscured by shadows under the hood. But the fit was wrong. Aaron's file listed him at 6'1". The figure was shorter by several inches. The jacket sleeves failed to reach the wrists. The shoulders slumped oddly. I spoke again. "Are you hurt?" My voice didn't shake, but every part of me tightened. No response. The figure took one step closer. The jacket didn't move with him the way clothing normally does. Instead, something underneath shifted first, fluid, uneven, like a mass redistributing itself. The hood dipped, but not from a normal nod. More like something inside had adjusted its height. Then my radio transmitted a voice, thin, panicked, buried under static. "Ranger. Elise." I froze. The voice belonged to a man. It belonged to Aaron. But it wasn't coming from the figure. It was coming from underneath it. The figure twitched, subtle, but enough to break whatever moment of stillness held us both. Its left arm bent inward, stiffly, like it was trying to remember how joints worked. Then the right arm followed. The movement wasn't threatening, but wrong. Incorrect. A rehearsal for a posture it didn't actually understand. The radio crackled again. Don't let it see your eyes. Please. Please don't. Something pressed down on the microphone, smothering the rest. I stepped back. The figure stepped forward. My hand hovered above my sidearm. Drawing on a human silhouette without positive threat assessment is grounds for suspension, but nothing about what stood in front of me counted as human with certainty. The figure lifted its head. Not all the way, just enough. And something inside the hood shifted with it. A shape, not a face. A glint of moisture. A sense that whatever was wearing the jacket wasn't using eyes to find me. But it still turned toward me as if it could see. The forest around us drew tight, the air thickening. The figure took another step, this one too smooth, too linear. No sway. No balance adjustment. Just movement, like gravity had pulled it forward rather than muscles. My radio burst with static so loud I flinched. Then the voice came again, closer this time. Elise, it's wearing me. The figure lunged. And I ran. I didn't look back at first. Every instinct told me not to. The request Aaron made, don't let it see your eyes, rang in my skull like a command. Whatever was inside the jacket had moved with intent, not confusion. Hunger, maybe. Curiosity. Something that understood enough about people to mimic them, but not enough to pull it off convincingly. I cut through a side corridor of trees, staying low, pacing my steps to avoid the roots that twist out of the soil. The forest basin dropped into a shallow ravine 200 yards from where I'd seen the thing. That path wasn't mapped for visitors, but every ranger memorizes the terrain. If I could get down to the basin, I have more cover. My radio pulsed again with a burst of static, but this time there was a pattern, 3 short snaps, too long. Not typical distress coding, but deliberate. I slowed. Listened. The forest stayed still. The static repeated, softer. I recognized it. It was someone tapping. Not on a device. On plastic. Like fingers tapping against the inside of a transmitter casing. I crouched behind a fallen log. The tapping continued rhythmic, urgent. I raised the radio to my ear, keeping my gaze fixed on the tree-line. The taps paused, then a scrape, then... Elise, it's inside my jacket. Don't let it find me. Don't. The voice broke into a muffled gasp. I pressed the transmit button. Aaron, if you can hear me, are you able to confirm your location? Are you restrained? Injured? Silence. Then a wet, dragging inhale. But this one wasn't from the radio. It was behind me. I turned slowly, as slow as my shaking hands allowed. Nothing stood there. No figure. No jacket. No movement. Just a tight cluster of redwoods rising like columns into the dim canopy. But the sound had been real. Close. I pivoted again, scanning every angle. The forest felt too close, too watchful. My radio snapped again, this time louder, sharper, as though the beacon was suddenly right beside me. And then something hit the ground to my left. I jerked toward the sound. A patch of ferns lay flattened, still dropping loose fronds. Whatever had passed through them did so quietly, too quietly for anything that size. I backed toward the ravine. My boots reached the edge. The slope wasn't steep, but it was slick with moss. I descended carefully, sliding half the way down. When I reached the bottom, the air temperature dropped noticeable, immediate. Redwood crown gets cold in the shade, but this was different. like the warmth had been drawn out of the space. The radio chirped once. Then a whisper threaded through the static. "Elise, stop moving." I froze. The voice was human. Weak. Controlled. I whispered, "Aaron?" "Yes." "You're close. But don't come toward me. It's learning your steps." My mouth went dry. "Where exactly are you?" "Under." The word barely made it through. I pressed my back against a tree trunk. Something about his tone wasn't right, not fear, not panic, but strain. Like speaking took effort. Or like something else was pressing against him as he tried to speak. "Aaron, what do you mean under?" Silence. Then a rustle to my right, heavy, slow, dragging. I didn't move my head, just shifted my eyes. The orange jacket slid between two trees. Not walked. Slid. Like it was being pulled from behind. The hood turned toward me. There was nothing inside the opening, no face, no skin, no structure. Just darkness, padded with movement. The sleeves hung limp, but the chest of the jacket bulged outward with something shifting inside it. My hand found my firearm. I didn't draw. Not yet. The jacket twitched. A second later, my radio whispered, "It knows your voice." I moved left. The jacket moved right. Keeping distance, keeping alignment. Mimicking me. But not exactly, it was off by half a beat, like it was learning. I stepped backward. The jacket stepped forward. The hood lifted slightly, and I saw it. A shape pressing against the inside of the fabric, like a face trying to form. But not human. Not even close. I turned and ran again, deeper into the basin, the sound of branches brushing something heavy behind me. I didn't look back until I reached the creek bed. The water was low, trickling in thin lines over smooth stone. I knelt beside the bank. Something caught my eye. A hand. Bare. Blue. Human. Reaching out from under a fallen log jam. My heart lurched. I stumbled toward it, dropping to my knees. "Aaron?" The hand twitched weakly. Then the voice came again, but not from the hand, from the radio. "Elise, don't touch that hand. It's not mine." I froze. The hand went still. No breath. No movement. Just blue skin. Just bait. The forest behind me shifted. Something wearing the jacket stepped into the creek. The thing in the jacket didn't rush me. It didn't attack outright. It stood half submerged in the creek, letting the water push around its ankles. The jacket absorbed the splashes unnaturally, like the fabric wasn't waterproof anymore, like it was soaking into whatever lived beneath it. The hood tilted toward me. Slowly. Patiently. I stepped away from the false hand, keeping my weight centered. My radio remained in my left hand, my right hovered near my holster. My breathing stayed controlled, but my chest felt tight. The creature took one step. The water didn't ripple correctly. Instead of displacement, the surface tension folded inward, like the creek was trying to cling to it. The jacket shifted, bulged. Something inside flexed in the wrong direction. Then the radio vibrated. "Elise, run uphill. Now. Don't look at it." The voice was strained, cracking, but unmistakably Aaron. Whoever he was, wherever he was still alive. And he was close. I bolted up the slope, crossing fallen branches, loose shale, and thick roots. My legs burned. The creature's movement behind me was nearly soundless, save for the occasional suction-like pull when it stepped out of the water. I kept going until I reached a cluster of lightning-struck redwoods, their trunks blackened and hollow at the base. They formed a natural barrier, tight but navigable. I squeezed between two of them and dropped low, listening. The creature stopped at the edge of the clearing. The jacket creaked with wet fabric tension. Then, tapping. Soft, irregular tapping. It took me a moment to recognize it. It was tapping the emergency transmitter. Trying to mimic human distress patterns. Trying to lure me out. But something else tapped too faint from below me. I pressed my ear to the dark hollow beneath the burned log. "Elise, please. I'm here." Aaron's voice. Weak. Barely audible. I aimed my flashlight downward. The beam cut through the hollow trunk, illuminating a narrow cavity that sloped deeper underground. Wood. Dirt. A smear of blood. Fabric. And an eye. A human eye. Blinking rapidly. "Please," he whispered. My heart slammed into my ribs. "Aaron, can you move? Can you climb up to me?" His breathing faltered. "It pulled me under. It took my jacket. Don't let it see you. It likes eyes. It copies what it sees." The creature stepped closer. The jacket scraped the bark of a nearby tree. The sound rippled down the trunk like it was vibrating through the wood. I steadied my breathing, flattening myself inside the hollow's mouth. Aaron whispered, "It thinks the jacket is a body. If it sees you, it'll learn you." My skin crawled. "How do I get you out?" "Distract it. Make it follow sound. Then pull me. But don't let it touch you." I scanned my pack quietly. My emergency whistle hummed from the outer loop. I reached for it slowly, careful not to scrape metal on fabric. Then the creature did something new. It lifted the hood higher. Something inside reached toward the opening. Something pale. Something almost shaped like a hand. It scraped the bark slowly, experimentally, like it was practicing how fingers work. I swallowed hard and raised the whistle. "Ready?" I whispered. Aaron's voice trembled. "Yes." I blew the whistle sharply, one long blast. The creature jerked violently. Its body stiffened like an animal hit with bright light. The hood snapped toward the source. I slid deeper into the hollow and blew again, shorter bursts this time, backing farther into the dark. The creature lunged. Not at me, at the sound. It slammed against the outer trunk, shaking the entire hollow. Bark dust rained down on me. I grabbed Aaron's wrist inside the cavity and pulled with everything I had. He cried out, muffled, strained. The creature shoved itself farther against the hollow, pushing the jacket's bulk into the gap. The roots vibrated. Aaron's body shifted upward inch by inch. The whistle fell from my mouth. The creature froze. Then the hood turned toward the hollow opening, seeing where I was for the first time. Its body contracted a sudden, violent shudder. It shoved itself into the gap. Aaron yelled, "Don't let it see your face." I yanked him upward, bracing my boots against the inner wall. The creature forced its arm, or what counted as its arm, through the opening. The jacket tore. Something pale and wet slapped against the wood. I pulled harder. Aaron's shoulders emerged. Then his chest. Then both arms. The creature surged. I tore him free, and we rolled out of the hollow together. Aaron collapsed, limp, shaking. The creature screamed, not a sound I recognized, not anything natural. A pressure wave kind of sound, like air compressing wrong. I loaded Aaron onto my shoulder. We ran. We didn't look back. We didn't stop until we reached the ranger station, where other units met us. They found the jacket later, empty, torn, soaked with something clear and viscous. They never found what was wearing it. And they never found the second set of footprints that followed mine all the way back. My name is Ranger Bryson Hale, Backcountry Division, Redwood Peak National Park. I have served in this uniform for 14 years, specializing in missing person search grids, night operations, and trail forensics. I state these credentials because what I witnessed today requires a clear record from someone trained to identify tracks, evaluate risk, and follow evidence without bias. There can be no misunderstanding. Not with what I saw. Not with what I followed. I was assigned to investigate a single hiker overdue by 12 hours. Darren Cole, age 34, solo backpacker, last seen checking in at Timberline entrance yesterday at 0600. Weather was stable. No storms. Moderate wind. Visibility high. Standard search procedure, nothing unusual. That changed the moment I stepped onto his trail. The first thing I noticed was the spacing, long strides, consistent, confident, typical of an experienced hiker. Nothing strange there. But the longer I stared, the more something scratched at the back of my mind. The toe impressions were wrong. Every single footprint was angled backward, as if Darren had been walking heel first, dragging his weight in a direction opposite the one he was facing. As though he'd walked backward for miles. I crouched and placed my hand beside one track. The heel mark was at the front. The toe on the inside. That wasn't a stumble. It wasn't a trip. It was deliberate. My first assumption was simple. Maybe he'd been disoriented. Maybe he'd injured himself. Sometimes people walk backward downhill to reduce strain on their knees, but this wasn't downhill terrain. The ridge was flat, stretching out like a spine between the tall redwoods. And the direction he was facing? Impossible to determine. A skilled hiker could turn around mid-stride, but not like this. Not this uniform. I followed the trail deeper. At 0910 hours, I radioed base, notified dispatch that I'd picked up the hiker's footprints. I omitted the direction issue for now. No point in causing panic or confusion. I only said the trail seemed strange and that I'd report more soon. The forest was quiet, too quiet for this region. No birdsong. No distant woodpecker strikes. No shuffling of squirrels or foxes. Just a stillness that felt staged. Manufactured. As if something in the trees was waiting for me to move first. I continued down the ridge. The backward footprints became erratic. Longer strides. Then shorter. Then bunched close together, like he'd been pacing in reverse circles. My breath fogged lightly in the morning air despite the warmth, and I caught myself checking over my shoulder every few minutes. The silence felt too heavy. Too aware. After an hour, the trail dipped toward Hollow Creek, a thin stream that cut through the forest with enough force to break footprints in the mud. That's where I found the first anomaly besides the tracks. A torn strip of fabric. Blue nylon. Likely from a backpack shoulder strap. I clipped it into an evidence bag and checked the surrounding area. The backward footprints continued, into the water. Not across. Into. There were drag marks in the mud as though Darren had backed himself into the stream deliberately until the current erased his path. But the strangest part? The bank on the opposite side held no outbound prints at all. If he'd crossed, I would have seen exit tracks on the soft soil. Hikers always leave exit tracks, unavoidable with that much moisture. But there was nothing. I radioed base again. Dispatch, this is Hale. I'm at Hollow Creek. Found a torn strap, possible belonging to subject. Trail goes into the water. Need to, my finger hovered over the transmit button. Do I tell them? Do I tell them about the backward prints? I didn't. Instead, I stepped into the creek myself, scanning upstream and downstream. That's when a faint, rhythmic tapping reached my ears. Like metal hitting wood. Slow. Almost deliberate. Tap. 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 It echoed over the water. I followed the sound along the bank, boots sinking into the mud. My pulse quickened, not out of fear but because I'd heard that sound before on rescues. The tip of a trekking pole hitting a tree trunk, used by injured hikers trying to keep balance. It made sense. If Darren fell or twisted something, maybe he used his pole to brace himself. But the tapping had a pattern. Not random. Structured. 3 taps. Pause. 2 taps. Longer pause. 3 taps again. Not code I recognized. Not SOS. More like someone marking time. When I rounded a bend, the tapping abruptly stopped. Ahead, lying on a rock like someone had placed it there gently, was a trekking pole. Not broken. Not bent. Just set down. And the mud around it showed signs of disturbance, but not the kind I expected. No footprints near the rock. No scuff marks. Nothing that would explain how the pole got there. I picked it up. A faint smear darkened the handle. Dry. Brownish. Could have been old mud. Or blood. I looked around. Then I froze. Up on the ridge above Hollow Creek, maybe 40 feet away, was a single footprint in the dirt, fresh, crisp, perfect. And backward. Only one. No trail leading to it. No trail leading away. Just one perfect backward footprint, pointing toward me. A breeze moved through the trees, carrying a whisper of something that made the hair rise on my neck. An instinctive, primal reaction. Someone or something was watching me. And it had stopped moving the moment I noticed. I slowly reached for my radio. Then I heard the next sound. A single, deliberate footstep behind me. Close. Too close. And it was backward. I didn't turn around immediately. Training teaches you not to startle an unknown subject, not to pivot hard when you don't know what's behind you. But every instinct screamed that something stood less than a yard away, close enough that I could feel the subtle displacement of air against my neck. I forced my voice steady. "This is Ranger Hale," I said into the radio. "I have possible visual confirmation of the subject's location. Continuing assessment." It was a lie. But I needed dispatch focused, not alarmed. The forest behind me remained silent. No movement. No breath. No shift of weight. The step I'd heard, soft, deliberate, backward, hung in the air like a held note. I counted to 5, then turned in one smooth motion. Nothing. Just trees. Thick redwoods rising into the morning haze. The same stillness as before, heavy enough to feel like pressure. But the ground told the truth. A fresh backward footprint sat behind me, heel pointed toward my chest, toe angled away, as if someone had taken one single step backward to stand inches from me. My skin prickled. I scanned every trunk, every shadow. The forest gave me nothing. I exhaled and backed toward the ridge, keeping my eyes on the ground. I needed higher elevation, clearer view, distance. Whatever was leaving these backward tracks wasn't moving like a normal person. It wasn't moving like anything I'd studied. When I reached the rise above the creek, I finally saw the continuation of Darren's trail, if you could even call it that. More backward footprints appeared between the ferns, but now they were spaced differently. Too close together. Almost shuffling. Like he'd been backing up slowly. Hesitantly. Or resisting something pulling him. I followed the trail deeper along the ridge, scanning for secondary signs. No broken branches at the right height. No dropped items. No signs of a struggle except the disturbing orientation of the tracks. At 1,120 hours, dispatch radioed in. Hail, status check. I paused, thumb over the mic. What was I supposed to say? I'm following a man walking backward with inhuman precision, and something else may be tracking me the same way. No. I responded, still on trail. Conditions stable. I hated lying in a report, but what choice did I have? As I moved forward, the air temperature dropped noticeably. Not enough to be alarming, but enough for me to see my breath again. Sunlight filtered strangely through the canopy, thin beams, stretched like they were bending around something unseen. It set my nerves on edge. Then I noticed the impressions beside the trail. Not footprints. Palm prints. 2 sets. One on each side of Darren's backward trail, low to the ground. Fingers splayed wide, pressed deep into the soil as though something crawled alongside him on all fours, matching his pace, shadowing his movements. My chest tightened. The palm prints weren't human-sized. They were too long. Too thin. Almost elegant in shape, like elongated hands pressing gently into the earth. I crouched, heart pounding. The impressions were fresh. Still settling. I scanned the forest around me. Nothing moved. But I could feel something watching from somewhere between the trunks, quiet, measured, intelligent. I rose slowly and continued following the trail. Hours passed in a blur of tension. The trail twisted through tight clusters of redwoods and across open patches of soft, sunlit moss. Every footprint was backward. Every palm print remained perfectly parallel. I checked my watch. 1,345 hours. Then I reached a clearing. A clearing that should not exist. Redwood Peak is dense, its old-growth stands rarely breaking into open spaces this small. Yet here, a near-perfect circle lay carved into the forest floor, maybe 40 feet in diameter. Inside it, the ground was bare, no ferns, no brush, nothing but smooth dirt. And in the center stood a single object. Darren's backpack. Perfectly upright. Straps neatly arranged. Like someone had placed it there gently. I approached cautiously, scanning the perimeter for movement. My breathing felt too loud in the stillness. The clearing was wrong. Too symmetrical. Too intentional. When I reached the backpack, I crouched and inspected it. Zippers closed. Side pockets buckled. No signs of tearing. But the bottom of the pack was damp, as though it had been set down in water recently. I unzipped the main compartment. Inside were standard items, food packets, water filter, map, headlamp. And something else. A second emergency beacon. Not registered. Not issued by the park. No serial number. Just a plain, unmarked device with a single red light blinking. Beep. 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 I felt a drop in my stomach. This wasn't Darren's. Someone else left it. My radio crackled suddenly loud, sharp enough to make me flinch. Hail, be advised, weather advisory issued. Storm cell forming earlier than expected. You need to check in. I swallowed hard. The sky above the canopy still looked clear, but I trusted our meteorology team. I pressed the mic copy. I'll return soon. But I didn't leave. Not yet. The blinking beacon unnerved me. I turned it over in my hand. Light. Cheap. Almost homemade. That's when I heard it, soft, behind me, at the edge of the clearing. Another backward footstep. Slow. Deliberate. I froze. Then a second sound followed it. A wet drag, like something pulling a limb across leaves. I turned. And standing at the tree line, barely visible between the trunks, was a figure. Not moving. Not breathing. Just leaning backward at an impossible angle, as if its spine were bending the wrong way, staring at me without eyes I could see. I stepped back instinctively. And it mirrored me. Backward. Step for step. I didn't dare blink. The figure at the tree line remained perfectly still except for its head tilted too far, as though its neck were unsure which direction it belonged to. Its posture wasn't human. Couldn't be. The torso leaned back at a sharp angle while the legs stayed perfectly straight, planted into the soil like stakes. When I stepped back, it moved with the same cadence but inverted one backward step, heel first, perfectly placed. My pulse hammered in my ears. I raised one hand slowly, palm out. Darren? I asked, aware of how hollow my voice sounded in the clearing. If you can hear me, I'm here to help. The figure didn't answer. Didn't shift. Didn't breathe. Then, with an abrupt jolt, it snapped upright, spine straightening in one violent movement, too fast and too sharp for any joint to allow. The sound that followed was a quiet crack, like branches under tension. I swallowed, muscles tightening. It lifted one arm. Not in a wave. More like a test. A stiff, puppet-like motion, moving backward through the air rather than forward. I had two options, attempt communication or retreat. I chose the latter. I stepped away from the backpack, keeping my eyes locked on the figure. Dispatch, this is Hale, I whispered into the radio. I have visual on an individual who appears disoriented. Approaching erratic behavior. Request. Static swallowed the rest of my words. Not normal static. Not atmospheric interference. Something more rhythmic. A repeated clicking, almost like teeth tapping together. The figure began to move. Backward. Not walking, gliding. Each foot lifted and set down heel first, inverting the natural gait of a human, but the torso didn't sway. The head remained fixed, angling slightly as if listening for something between my breaths. I backed toward the far edge of the clearing. The figure quickened. Not running. Just accelerating without the awkwardness its motion should have caused. The clicking grew louder. Then, from the trees behind me, I heard another sound. A second set of backward steps. Not heavy. Not rushed. Perfectly synchronized with the first. I was no longer dealing with one entity. I gripped the emergency beacon in my hand, ready to switch it on manually if needed. The clearing suddenly felt much smaller. Much darker. The air thickened with a pressure that made my ears pop. I looked left. A third figure leaned from behind a trunk, spine bent like a bowstring, limbs too long, too smooth. Its backward-moving feet dragged subtly in the dirt. I had seconds to act. I broke into a controlled retreat, not running, because running triggers pursuit in both animals and whatever the hell these were. But I walked briskly, keeping my eyes on them. They followed, not copying my movement, mirroring it in reverse. If I stepped left, they stepped right. If I slowed, they slowed. Every action perfectly inverted, like reflections in broken mirrors. When I reached the edge of the clearing, something shifted. The air warmed. Sound returned. Birdsong, far off, faint, as though something released its grip on the forest. But the entities didn't stop. I moved down the ridge toward the creek. The figures stayed above, gliding parallel to my path, always at the edge of sight. Their heads ticked toward me in small, jerking motions like they were sampling sound rather than looking. When I reached the water, I saw something that made my throat tighten. Fresh backward footprints in the mud. Darren's size. Leading into the creek. But now there were more. 4 sets. All backward. All leading into the water, as if multiple people had entered while facing me. I didn't wade in. I moved downstream along the bank, radio in hand. "Dispatch, come in," I said. Possible multiple subjects exhibiting. I hesitated. What word could I possibly use? Finally, I said, "Abnormal movement patterns." Static answered. Then a faint voice filtered through. Not dispatch. Not human. My own voice. Whispering my full name. Inside the static. Repeating it backward. Bryson Hale. Bryson. Hell. Son. Hell. My legs nearly buckled. The beacon in my hand began to flash. Not randomly. In the same pattern of tapping I heard earlier in the forest. 3 blinks. Pause. 2 blinks. Longer pause. 3 again. Behind me, a splash. Slow. Heavy. I turned. 3 figures now stood in the creek, all waist deep, unmoving, water flowing backward around their legs, rippling against the current. Their heads tilted in unison. Then the central one, the first I'd seen, lifted its arm and pointed at me. Backward. Elbow first. I stepped back instinctively, boots slipping in the mud. And all 3 of them mirrored me, stepping forward into the water, heel first, unnatural, eyes invisible but locked on me with a pressure I could feel in my spine. Then something else surfaced beside them. A 4th shape. Human-sized. Face down in the water but drifting against the flow, pulling itself backward with slow, jerking motions. Darren. It had to be him. His hand rose from the water. Not reaching for help. Pointing toward the forest behind me. Warning me. Go. Now. That broke my hesitation. I turned and ran, not caring about pursuit triggers, not caring about protocol. Branches whipped my arms as I sprinted through the undergrowth. My radio crackled with broken syllables of my name, forward, backward, chopped apart. Behind me came the sound of multiple footsteps. All backward. Moving impossibly fast. I didn't look. I didn't stop. I ran until the forest brightened, until the air warmed, until the weight pressing on my chest lifted all at once as if I'd crossed an invisible boundary. The footsteps stopped instantly. Silence swallowed the woods. When I finally dared to turn around, the tree line behind me was empty. Not a figure. Not a footprint. Not a sound. Just the forest, breathing again. I radioed dispatch with the calmest voice I could manage, reporting weather concerns and advising immediate search suspension until tomorrow. I didn't mention the backward footprints. I didn't mention the figures. I didn't mention Darren in the creek. Not yet. Because as I reached the ranger station and stepped inside, something caught my eye on the floor just past the doorway. A single muddy footprint. Fresh. Heel pointed toward me. Toe pointed into the room. As if something had walked backward through the threshold moments before I arrived. And it was waiting somewhere inside.